Tonight, as you lie there in the dark, let your room become very, very small for a moment. Feel the weight of your blankets, the way your pillow cradles your head, the faint glow of your screen painting soft light on the ceiling. Somewhere under all of that, under the floorboards, under the concrete, under the pipes, there is a slow, dragging sound, like bone scraping against stone. 3 times, then silence. You tell yourself it is nothing, the same way he did. Our story begins in a small, quiet bedroom just like yours, with a man who thinks he is alone. His headphones hiss softly, a calm voice talking about distant planets, while the apartment hums around him. The fridge breathing in the kitchen, a car passing outside, the low whine of old plumbing in the walls. He closes his eyes for a second, and in that exact heartbeat, the audio in his ears pops with a sharp crack, and 3 gentle knocks tap through the wall behind his bed in perfect time with the static. From that moment on, the sounds in his room and the sounds from somewhere else begin to answer each other. If you feel your own room getting quieter as you listen, that is all right. You are safe where you are. And if you find yourself wanting more nights like this, where the darkness is soft but never quite empty, you can subscribe and come back here anytime you need a story to fall asleep to. Evan did not mean to stay up this late again, but the night kept stretching around him until tomorrow felt like somebody else's problem. The clock on his laptop tray had already slipped past 11:43 p.m., then 12:18, each new minute sliding across the screen in pale digital blue. Outside his bedroom window, the city had dimmed to its quieter setting. Distant traffic, a single siren that whined once and dissolved, the muffled rise and fall of a neighbor's TV seeping through the wall. His apartment was small, but at this hour, it felt like the whole world had shrunk down to just this room. A soft yellow lamp glowed on the nightstand beside him, its shade slightly crooked, pouring a pool of warm light over rumpled sheets and the circle of moisture his glass of water had left on the cheap tabletop. The glass itself sat half empty, a ring of condensation slowly gliding down its side. The laptop lay open on the bed in front of him, pressed against his thighs, the fan whispering in short, uneven bursts. The screen lit his face in cool blue and white, washing the color from his skin and turning his eyes into twin reflections of whatever thumbnail he happened to hover over. He felt that familiar ache behind his eyes, that little weight that meant sleep was somewhere nearby, watching him from the doorway, but not coming closer. Insomnia had been his quiet shadow for years, but it had gotten worse in the last few months. The empty dip on the other side of the mattress did not help. Even now, the mattress still remembered the shape of someone who no longer slept there, a faint valley in the foam where another body used to lie. Sometimes, when he rolled over in the middle of the night, his hand reached for that side, expecting warmth, and found only cool, unwrinkled sheets. He had built a ritual to keep from thinking too hard about any of that. Lamp down low, glass of water within reach, laptop balanced just so. Most important of all were the long YouTube videos, slow, patient uploads about the universe told in a calm, steady tone. The key was the voice. He needed a narrator whose words would slide over him like a blanket, someone who could talk about dead stars and lost missions in the same voice you might use to read a child to sleep. True crime was no good. He had tried that phase already, playing podcasts about missing hikers and unsolved murders until 3 a.m, his heart racing, sleep running farther and farther away. Hauntings and possession stories were worse. Those voices never wanted you to rest. They wanted you to flinch at every creak in the wall. So he had migrated to what he thought of as safe conspiracies, most of them pointed upward. Old space missions, UFO sightings and grainy footage, lost probes drifting in the dark. Space helped. Space was distance you could measure. You could listen to someone calmly describe a desolate moon or a failed mission, and your brain would nod and say, "That is sad. That is strange. But it is not here." Mars, especially, had become his favorite. It was a whole other world, big enough to hold all the weight of whatever he did not feel like dealing with tonight. He scrolled slowly down the recommended feed, the thumbnails stacking up like doors he could open or ignore. A video about a haunted prison? Skip. A documentary about a killer cult? Skip. An animated breakdown of cursed surveillance footage? No. His scrolling slowed when he saw stars, planets, dark skies. There, a familiar channel. The one with the midnight blue banner and the soft, raspy American voice he trusted to talk him down from the day. New upload, posted 3 hours ago. The thumbnail showed a stretch of reddish ground framed by the wheel of a rover. In the center of that ground, something pale and curved poked out of the dust like it was trying to breathe. The title, in white letters over the Martian sky, read, "Bones on Mars, the images NASA does not want you to see." Bedtime documentary. He let the cursor hover. The little preview box popped up, silent, showing a quick montage. A skull-shaped rock, a long, thin shape half buried, what looked like a cluster of vertebrae scattered across a dune. It was probably nothing. It was almost always nothing. Just rocks, he told himself. Light, shadow, and people with too much free time circling pixels. Still, something in his chest tightened in a pleasant, anticipatory way. This was exactly the kind of story his brain liked at this hour. Big enough to be eerie, far enough away that he could safely pretend it would never touch him. He reached over, picked up his earbuds from the nightstand, and slid them into his ears, one at a time. The rubber tips sealed with a soft, private pop, muting the room just a little. He adjusted the volume before he hit play, tapping the key until the on-screen bar sat comfortably in the middle. He wanted to hear the narrator clearly, but he still wanted the apartment to exist at the edges of his awareness. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional sigh of plumbing, the distant whoosh of a car on wet pavement outside. The mix of both sounds made him feel less alone, like he was floating between two worlds. The real one, just outside his door, and the one unfolding in the headphones. For a moment, he just watched the thumbnail without clicking. The tiny pale shape in the red dust staring up at the invisible sky. "It is just rocks," he whispered to himself. Half a promise, half a spell. "I am just here for the atmosphere." His finger, though, lingered above the trackpad, a heartbeat longer than it needed to, hovering over the image of that half-buried skull on Mars, as if some small, stubborn part of him was waiting to see if it would move first. The video eased in with a wash of soft, royalty-free music, the kind that sounded like it was designed to upset no one. A slow synth pad, a low, steady note holding underneath, something like a heartbeat that had forgotten how to hurry. The channel's logo faded, and then the title card appeared over a shot of stars. Evan watched the letters glide past. Bones on Mars. The words looked a little dramatic, but the voice that followed them was as calm as ever. Tonight, the narrator said, his low American drawl stretching the word, we are going to look at some of the strangest images ever sent back from the surface of Mars. In a few simple sentences, he laid out the premise. Rovers, with names that had become almost friendly over the years, had crawled across the red planet for decades, their cameras capturing the ground in obsessive detail. High-resolution panoramas of dust and rock, dunes and cliffs. And every now and then, among the endless rubble and sand, something appeared that refused to stay just a rock in the human imagination. Anomalies, the narrator called them. Shapes that some people were convinced were bones, broken statues, or ruined walls. The first image faded in over the music. The camera angle was low, close to the ground. In the foreground, the familiar metal edge of a rover's wheel sat just out of focus, grimed with red dust. Beyond it, the soil rolled away in ripples and small drifts, the color of dried blood and rust. Near the center of the frame, partly buried in that soil, a curved, pale shape lay on its side. More of it was underground than above, but the visible section had a smooth arc and a slightly bulbous end. The narrator's cursor circled it as he spoke. Many viewers have pointed out, he said, that this particular rock looks uncannily like a human femur. Evan found himself agreeing before the sentence ended. Once the idea was in his head, it was difficult to see anything else. The pale stone seemed to lie at the perfect angle, like something tossed aside and forgotten. The end that protruded from the dust had subtle ridges where it met the ground, as if it had once attached to something softer that had long since vanished. The next image slid in with a soft whoosh. This time, the camera had captured a low outcrop, a scattering of rocks against a slight rise in the terrain. One small boulder near the middle drew the eye immediately. Its front surface bore two deep hollows, side by side, with a narrow ridge between them. Below that, a diagonal crack cast a shadow like the line of a jaw. This one, the narrator continued, is often referred to as the skull rock. He zoomed in slowly, and as the pixels enlarged, the shadow under the ridge darkened, mimicking the grim line of a mouth. The two upper hollows, pure absence, took on the empty stare of eye sockets. Weathered, yes. Broken, of course. But if someone had told Evan that this was a photograph of a skull recovered from an ancient battlefield, the first split second of his reaction would have believed it. The third image came from a different rover, a different year. The sun cast longer shadows here, and the ground seemed more uneven. Across a small dip in the landscape, a group of jagged stones protruded from the sand, each one angled slightly differently, but held in the same ragged line. The overall effect was strangely vertebral, like a spine that had been caught in the act of rising or sinking and frozen there. A natural fracture pattern, the narrator said, his tone even. Or something else. To some, it looks like vertebrae. To others, just a coincidence. Evan shifted on the bed without really noticing. His shoulders had curled forward, drawing him closer to the screen. The laptop light painted his face in cold blue and pale red from the image, rinsing out the yellow warmth of the lamp. The edges of the room, with its stacked laundry and scuffed walls and quiet table lamp, had fallen away. There was only the rectangle of the screen now, and the red planet inside it. The narrator allowed a pause, letting the viewers sit with the images before introducing another word. There is a concept in psychology, he said softly, called pareidolia. It describes the human tendency to see patterns and familiar shapes, especially faces, in random visual noise, clouds, burn marks, stains on a wall, or rocks on another world. As he spoke, a new slide appeared, a black and white photograph of the famous face on Mars. The blocky formation, shot decades ago by an earlier mission, loomed from the dust like a colossal stone mask. Shadows filled what looked like eye sockets, and a long indentation suggested the bridge of a nose. The effect was crude and grainy, but the impression was there. A face, half buried, staring straight up at the sky. For many years, the narrator continued, this image convinced people that someone had carved a giant head on the Martian surface. Later, higher resolution images from different angles showed that it was simply a mesa, and the first picture caught it at just the right moment. Light, shadow, and the human need to find meaning in the noise. Evan paused the video. The music cut off mid-note, and the room's other sounds slid forward to fill the silence. The gentle whir of his laptop fan, the distant hiss of a car on wet asphalt far below his window, a faint creak in the building's pipes as someone upstairs flushed a toilet. He opened a new tab and typed, "Original face on Mars photo." A wall of images loaded, some colorized, some annotated with circles and arrows, some overlaid with red text shouting proof. He clicked on one of the older, grainier versions, the kind that still looked like it had been beamed across a bad television. He zoomed in until the blocks of gray and black began to dissolve into squares, the resolution showing its age. Up close, the face did indeed look more like cracked stone than deliberate sculpture. He could see where erosion had bitten into the edges, where shadow filled in what light did not reach. But even at this ugly magnification, the two dark ovals of the eyes remained. They were just patches of shadow. He knew that, but his brain kept aligning them into sockets. They felt like they were looking back, up the path of the camera, up through time, straight into his own eyes. Behind him, the pipe in the wall ticked again as it settled. Somewhere in the building, a door closed with a soft, distant thud. The laptop fan sighed and then quieted, the little blades spinning down before starting up again. In his headphones, the video sat paused on the blurred stone face, the word pareidolia frozen in the subtitles at the bottom of the screen. He scrolled absently down to the comments section. The top one called the whole thing a joke, insisting that anyone who saw a face in the rock was an idiot. The next comment argued the opposite, swearing up and down that NASA had been hiding proof of ancient structures for decades. Evan smirked, a small, tired twitch of his mouth, at the certainty on both sides. He typed half a sentence about how the brain was a pattern-seeking machine, then deleted it. What was the point? These people did not want discussion. They wanted to be right. He envied them a little. It must be a relief to be that sure about anything. Evan leaned back against the headboard without taking his eyes off the screen. Maybe it is just rocks, he murmured, more to the face than to himself. Maybe it is something else. Either way, it is bigger than my rent and my inbox. He unpaused the video. The narrator's voice flowed back into his ears, wrapping around the words, bones, remains, the dead planet, as the images returned to close-ups of femur stones and skull rocks and vertebrae lines. Mars was far away. The rational part of his mind repeated this like a mantra. Far and sterile and safe behind glass and pixels. But as the camera panned over another stretch of reddish ground, lingering on a shape that might have been a stone and might have been a rib cage, a small part of him began to feel something else. Not fear, exactly, but a thin, uneasy thread that tightened behind his ribs. Mars was far. Yet sitting alone in his humming apartment, staring into those empty stone hollows, he did not feel as far away from it as he would have liked. The transition to it was almost casual. One moment, the video was gliding over dunes and scattered stones, the rover's camera panning slowly across another empty Martian slope. Then the music faded down to a faint murmur, and the image cut to a still frame that held just long enough to feel deliberate. "This," the narrator said quietly, "is one of the most debated images in our collection." Centered on the screen was the skull rock he had mentioned earlier, but now it filled the frame. The rest of the landscape fell away. Up close, it looked like a boulder about the size of a human head, half sunk into the soil. The top of it sloped gently back in a rounded dome, pitted and scarred. Two deep, oval hollows dominated the upper half, their shadows an absolute black against the paler stone. Below those hollows, a diagonal line of shadow cut across the face of the rock, broken into small, jagged segments that suggested the uneven stubs of teeth. The narrator took his time with it. His voice moved slowly over each feature, almost affectionate. "Notice the slope of the forehead," he said. "The way the upper surface curves back, the way erosion has worn it smooth. Look at these two indentations here, how they sit roughly, where eyes would be if this were a human skull. And the line here, where shadow makes it look like a jaw, with a hint of teeth." As he spoke, the camera zoomed incrementally closer, then pulled back, then cropped in again from a slightly different angle. Every time the frame changed, the illusion strengthened. The rough stone seemed to flinch between being obviously natural and disturbingly anatomical, whether Evan wanted it to or not. Without really thinking about it, he tapped the screenshot key. A small notification bloomed in the corner, confirming the save. When the narrator moved on to another image, a more distant ridge, a less striking rock, Evan paused the video and opened up his screenshots folder. The thumbnail of the skull rock sat at the top, the newest ghost in the gallery. He clicked it open in the default image viewer and maximized the window. The room dimmed a shade as his player controls vanished. All that remained was the stone, the sand, and the hollow eyes. Up close, outside of the context of the video, it felt different. The frame was still, no movement, no narrator talking over it, just him and the image. He blinked and leaned a bit closer. Habit took over. He slid the brightness slider up, watching the pale tones wash brighter and the shadows lift. The skull became less dramatic in some ways. The blacks in the eye hollows lifted to dark gray, revealing a bit more of the inner texture. Then he pulled the contrast down, flattening the extremes. The rock's surface turned more uniformly dusty, the sharp divisions between light and shadow softening into gradients. It helped a little. With enough contrast removed, the neatness of the eyes and jaw broke apart. The edges of the illusion frayed. He exhaled slowly through his nose. "There," he muttered. "See? Just stone." He flipped the image to grayscale, draining out the faint oranges and browns of Martian dust. In monochrome, it looked older somehow, like an archival photograph of a hillside on Earth. The lack of color pushed his mind to focus on texture, line, and shape. The skull trick grew less obvious, but not gone. One of the hollows refused to cooperate. Where the right eye blurred into vague shadow, the left held on to a core of darkness that stayed stubbornly solid, even under his tinkering. It was just the way the rock curved inward, he told himself, just a deeper pocket that caught more shade. But its edges were too clean, a crisp oval swallowed in black. He knew it was a hole in stone. His brain kept insisting it was an eye. Annoyed with himself, he hit the key to toggle back to the original color image, then back to his edited version. Original. Edited. Original. Edited. The skull seemed to breathe between the two states as he flicked them like a light switch. The third or fourth time he flipped back to the raw image, his brain finally caught up with something that had been wrong in the previous toggle. He froze with his finger still over the key. In one of those tiny transitions, in between grayscale and color, the dark oval of the left hollow had not been in exactly the same place. It was as if the deepest part of the shadow, that black kernel that read as an eye, had flicked a millimeter to the side, as though tracking. He frowned, not quite believing himself, and did it again, more slowly. Edited to original. Original to edited. For 2 toggles, nothing. On the 5th, in the heartbeat between one image and the next, he saw it. A subtle shift. A darker circle, briefly taking shape, slightly off-center inside the hollow, like a pupil sliding just out of alignment. The hair on his arms prickled. The next instant, his headphones exploded with a crack of static, loud and sharp enough that his whole body jerked. The sound was not a gradual hiss, but a single violent pop, like someone had slammed a live wire into a bucket of water right next to his ear. It seemed to hit him inside the head rather than outside, echoing against the bones around his ears. At the exact same moment, the refrigerator in the kitchen kicked on with a low, grinding hum that vibrated faintly through the floorboards and up into the bed frame. Above him, somewhere in the plumbing or in the apartment overhead, a soft 3-beat knock traveled through the ceiling. Tap, tap, tap. Spaced just a little too perfectly to be random. His heart slammed into a sprint. He grabbed at the wire and yanked one earbud out, the plastic scraping against his skin. With his free hand, he mashed the spacebar to pause the video, his breath going shallow and fast. The room surged back in, all the other sounds arriving at once. The hum of the fridge, the buzz of the lamp, the faint hiss of tires on the street. For a second, he just sat there, chest heaving, the single remaining earbud dangling against his collarbone. He stared at the frozen image of the skull rock on the screen, now paused mid-zoom, with the progress bar sitting innocently halfway along. He swallowed and rewound the video 10 seconds using the keyboard. The cursor hopped back along the timeline. The little preview flag showed the narrator's face for a frame, then the close-up of the rock. He put the earbud back in, more carefully this time, as if it might bite. Unpaused the video. Listened. The narrator's voice slid through the exact same words as before, describing the contours, the hollows, the false teeth. The music bed thrummed softly underneath. No static, no pop. The waveforms on the video's timeline looked smooth and untouched. He watched as the same still frame of the skull rock took center stage again. The same zoom, the same slow pan. He scrubbed across the segment several times, going back and forth, waiting for the burst of noise, the spike in volume. It did not return. If there had been a glitch, it had left no trace. His eyes went back to his saved screenshot. He opened his edited version again, then the original, toggled between them in slower, almost reverent taps. Original, edited, original. His eyes locked on the left hollow, daring it to move. Nothing. The shadow stayed where it was. Deep, yes. Suggestive, yes. But still, Just stone. Just pixels. Evan let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. He felt foolish. Embarrassed at his own reaction, even though no one else could see it. "You are jumpy tonight," he whispered. He told himself the static had been some glitch in the stream, a momentary buffer hiccup. The knocks were probably someone upstairs shifting furniture or tapping a broom handle against the floor. These things happened in old buildings. They lined up with the sound in his headphones by accident. He clicked back to the browser tab where the video sat, paused on the skull, meaning to play on. For half a second, his gaze drifted to the corner of the screen where his system notifications appeared. There, in the cluster of tiny icons, something red was glowing, a dot, small and round, the exact shade of those recording lights on webcams and voice apps. By the time his attention sharpened on it, it was gone. The corner was just a smear of gray and white again, battery icon, Wi-Fi symbol, the current time. Maybe it had not been there at all. Maybe it had been the afterimage of the skull's dark eye, burned into the edge of his vision. He blinked slowly, feeling the skin on the back of his neck tighten. On the bed, in the humming half-dark of his apartment, with the dead planet staring up at him from the screen, the thought slid in quiet as dust. What if the images and the sounds were not just coming toward him anymore, but reaching back? Morning came, but it did not feel like a new day, so much as a thinner, paler continuation of the night before. The light that filtered through Evan's blinds was the flat, gray kind that made everything look a little washed out. It turned the dust on his bookshelf into a soft film and made the streaks on his monitor more visible than he liked. He sat at his desk, hunched in the same chair he had been using since his first remote job, the cushion long since given up on supporting him. His laptop was a different one than the one by his bed, but the glow was the same. On this screen, during office hours, Mars did not exist. There was only his company's logo in one corner, a frozen list of emails in the other, and the dull chatter of a workplace chat window on the side. He answered the first few emails out of muscle memory, fingers tapping out polite phrases while his mind slid sideways. "Per my last message," he wrote. "Hope this finds you well. Let me know if you have any questions." Words he could have produced in his sleep, if he ever actually slept. The glitch kept replaying behind all of it. Not the whole scene, just fragments. The skull rock zoomed in until the pixels trembled. The dark hollow where the left eye should be. The tiny, impossible shift he had seen. The static blowout that had slammed into his ears. The 3 soft knocks bleeding through the ceiling. The more he told himself it was nothing, the clearer his memory became, as if his mind refused to let go of the one thing that had broken the routine. By mid-morning, his inbox had started to blur. He clicked send on a half-hearted report, waited for the outgoing swoosh to confirm that at least one obligation was done, then opened a new tab. His fingers moved before he fully decided what he was doing. The tab that bloomed into existence was for his personal cloud storage. Deep inside a nest of folders, camera roll, old phone backup, archived, sat his history and thumbnails, vacations, birthday dinners, short-lived hobbies, blurry pictures of meals he would not remember eating. He scrolled lazily past all of it until the faces started showing up. There were more of his ex than he expected. He paused on one where they were standing on a rocky cliff somewhere along the coast, ocean behind them, both squinting into the wind and laughing. His own face in that picture looked younger by more than the actual years. The lines around his mouth were shallower, his eyes more open. The light had caught on his cheekbones at a flattering angle, cutting a clean plane down the side of his face. He zoomed in out of habit, as if he were examining a stranger. Up close, the little details showed: the slight asymmetry of his smile, the shadow pooled under his eyes, the faintly sunburned bridge of his nose. His ex's hand was on his shoulder, fingers just visible at the edge of the frame, nails bitten short. His gaze settled on his own left eye in the photo. The socket sat under a small hollow created by the direction of the sun, the sort of shadow you never notice until you go looking for it. The shape of it snagged on something in his brain. It was the curve that did it, the clean oval of dark framed by bone. For a second, he was back in his bed, with the laptop glow on his face, staring into the left hollow of the skull rock. He flipped to another image without fully choosing to. The two of them sitting on a log in the woods, light broken into patches by the trees above. Again, the light picked out the angle of his brow, carving out a neat pocket of shadow where his eye rested. Not deep enough to hide in, but deep enough to echo something else, something he had seen in Martian stone. The idea, when it came, did not feel like an intrusion. It felt like a logical next step, the kind of connection someone in one of the video comments might post, half joking and half deadly serious. He downloaded one of the clearer selfies from that time. Just him, no one else, taken in a bathroom mirror somewhere on the road. The background was unremarkable. Beige tiles, a cheap light fixture, a towel hanging askew. But his face was sharp and centered, eyes soft and slightly tired, mouth relaxed into the hint of a smile. He saved it to his desktop, then minimized the work windows, the chat, the inbox. The office dissolved. For a few moments, his job simply did not exist. He opened the selfie in one half of the screen. In the other half, he pulled up the images he had been staring at the night before. The grainy, face-on-Mars photo, blocky and ancient. The high-resolution close-up of the skull rock, as clear as any forensic shot. He arranged them in a row, left to right. On the left, the old Martian mesa, its shadows coincidentally arranged into the semblance of a giant mask. In the middle, his own grayscale face, eyes tired but alive. On the right, the skull-like stone, its hollows and cracks pretending at anatomy. He drained the color from his selfie to match the others, sliding the saturation down until his skin turned to shades of gray and his eyes became dark circles. Now, all three images shared the same muted palette. Three faces, or almost faces, staring back at him from three different worlds. An alien landscape, his own bathroom mirror, the surface of a dead planet. His fingers moved the transparency sliders. He dropped the opacity of his selfie and dragged it over the Martian face, aligning the eyes first. The pupils in his picture sat squarely over the darker patches of the stone eyes. The bridge of his nose slid neatly over the ridge of the mesa. He adjusted the size, rotating a tiny degree until the shapes lined up disturbing well. Then he did the same with the skull rock. He layered his face over it, lowering opacity until his features became a ghostly overlay. His left eye hovered exactly where the deepest hollow of the rock sat. The shadow under his cheekbone mimicked the slope of the stone's faux jawline. The curve of his forehead traced the pitted dome of the boulder. He sat back and watched as he nudged each image into place, then faded his own face in and out. When all three were stacked, aligned at the eyes and nose, the boundaries blurred. In one moment, he was looking at a crude giant carved into dust. In the next, it was his own face, pale and uncertain. In the next, a fragment of bone on red soil. Toggle, toggle, toggle. Bone, man, mesa, Mars, mirror, Mars. Something in his chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with fear of the supernatural, and everything to do with recognition. Maybe this was all it ever was, he thought. People sitting alone in little rooms, staring at pixels from places they would never touch, looking for any excuse to see themselves out there instead of in here. You see a face in the rock because you want proof that somebody else was there first. You see a skull in the dust because you want to know that someone else has already done the dying ahead of you. He traced the line of his jaw on the screen with the tip of his cursor, following the ghost image where it intersected with the curvature of the stone. The movement made the three-layer composite flicker slightly, a shimmer around the edges. For a heartbeat, his own grayscale face seemed to wear the expressionless mask of the Martian mesa, while the hollow eyes of the skull rock peered through his. His cramped apartment felt smaller suddenly, walls pulling in. The dim office light above his desk buzzed faintly, its cheap ballast humming. Laptop fan whirred. Far away, someone in another unit laughed at something on television, the sound distant and hollow through the drywall. He wondered, not entirely joking with himself, whether he was doing the exact same thing he silently mocked in those comment sections. Maybe he was not any more rational than the believers. Maybe instead of ancient civilizations or secret bases, what he really wanted to prove was that he was not as disconnected from the rest of the universe as his four walls suggested. On the screen, three nearly aligned faces looked back at him. The planet, the man, the stone that might be bone. He let them hang there for a long moment, layered and translucent, until the shapes grew uncanny. Not because they were obviously unnatural, but because they fit together a little too easily, like they had been waiting for each other all along. He kept playing with the sliders until the numbers at the bottom of the screen felt oddly satisfying. 30% opacity for the face on Mars layer, 30 for his own selfie, 40 for the skull rock. It was arbitrary, but when he stopped there, the composite looked less like three separate images and more like a single, unnerving face that did not quite belong to any world he knew. The mesa gave it a broad, heavy brow. His selfie supplied the nose and the faint suggestion of a mouth. The skull rock hollowed out the eyes and cut deep shadows along the cheeks. It was like looking at a distant relative you had never met, but felt you should recognize. His throat felt dry. He realized he had not actually taken a sip from the glass on his desk. The water in it had gone lukewarm, little bubbles clinging to the inside of the glass. He glanced at the time, later than it should be for a workday break, earlier than it should be for this level of distraction, and pushed his chair back. He left the composite open, 3 layers stacked neatly in the software, and walked to the tiny kitchenette that shared space with his living area. The transition from chair to sink took only a handful of steps, but the shift in sound was noticeable. The faucet squeaked when he turned it, metal protesting just a little before the water rushed out in a clear, steady stream. The noise was bright and almost cheerful compared to the hush of his headphones. He tipped the old water down the drain, listening to it gurgle away, then let the glass fill with fresh, cold water. The clink of glass on porcelain when he set it down echoed slightly in the empty apartment. Behind him, Barely audible over the rush of the tap, his work laptop's fan spun up on its own, the whir rising, then falling into a soft, constant hush. It sounded like the machine had started thinking harder while he was not looking. He took a long swallow, the cold crawling down his throat, then another for good measure. For a few seconds, the mundane act of drinking, hand to glass, lips to rim, swallow, breath, anchored him back in the ordinary. He turned the faucet off with a twist, and the apartment slipped back into its previous quiet, the fan hum settling into the walls. When he walked back to his desk, the screen greeted him with the composite he had left, still centered in the editing window. At least, he thought it was the same. He stopped with one hand on the back of his chair. The face on the screen was still unmistakably built from the 3 source images, the same textures and tones, but something was off. The proportions had shifted in a way he could not immediately name. The jaw, which had previously carried his own softness around the mouth, looked narrower now, tapering slightly more toward the chin. The cheeks seemed to have hollowed a bit deeper, as if some invisible hand had scooped a small amount of substance out from under the skin. The eye sockets, already unsettling, appeared deeper, their dark ovals stretching a little further down the face. Humans, he remembered reading somewhere, were wired to detect even the smallest deviations in face symmetry. It was part of why certain uncanny images felt wrong. The differences were subtle, but the brain took them as threats. As he leaned in, his muscles tightened in quiet agreement. He frowned and opened the layers panel on the side of the window, expecting to see that he had accidentally changed something in his haste to get water. All 3 layers sat exactly where he had left them. Mars, face, .png, 30%. Selfie, grayscale, PNG, 30%. Skull, rock, .png, 40%. Blend mode, normal. No masks, no new filters. No recent history in the undo stack, except the last slider adjustment he remembered making before stepping away. He clicked each layer off and on again, one by one. With only the Mars face visible, the image looked just as before. A blocky mesa captured at a flattering angle, its shadows doing most of the heavy lifting. With only his selfie visible, the grayscale version of himself stared back from the center of the screen, tired eyes softer than he had imagined. With only the skull rock visible, it was still a boulder with 2 deep hollows and a diagonal crack. He turned all 3 back on. The composite face reappeared, longer now, less human, more like something that had tried to be human and missed the proportions by a few millimeters. His pulse nudged up a notch. It could still be his imagination. Eyes tired from the screen, brain playing tricks. But then he noticed the eyes again, those 2 dark wells. There was something in one of them that looked less like a shadow and more like a pattern. He selected the left eye area with a loose oval and zoomed in until the face dissolved into a grid of squares. The dark circle at the center of the socket was not a solid black. Up close, he could see speckles of lighter pixels scattered inside it, almost invisibly faint. Curiosity pushed past unease. He nudged the contrast slider up a few notches. The gray pixels inside the darkness separated just enough for their shapes to register. They were not random. The brighter spots formed the outline of something rectangular, slightly taller than it was wide. Within that rectangle, a narrower vertical band ran down one side, like slats. He sat very still, the chair creaking softly beneath him. He adjusted the contrast a little more, careful not to overdo it. The pattern sharpened. It was still grainy, but now he could almost trace it with his finger. A rectangle with faint horizontal lines across the lower half, as if light were broken by something. It looked horrifyingly like the reflection of a window at night. Dark glass with slatted blinds half drawn, catching a distant light. A car honked outside at that moment, a single impatient blare that cut off abruptly, like someone had lifted their hand from the horn halfway through. From a neighboring apartment, a dog let out one short, sharp bark, then nothing, as if a hand had found its muzzle, or it had suddenly lost interest in whatever it had heard. The building's central AC unit kicked on in the hallway beyond his door. The low, throbbing rumble traveled through the floorboards, a vibration he could feel more than hear. It had always sounded like this, he knew, but today there was something in the tone, a deep, almost growling undercurrent that made the hair on his arms stand up. Evan glanced away from the screen and twisted in his chair to look at the real thing. His own bedroom window across the room. The blinds were down, the slats tilted so that only thin strips of daylight slid through in angled bands. The glass behind them reflected almost nothing in the afternoon light, just a dull suggestion of the room's interior. He turned back to the monitor, to the magnified eye of the composite face. The pixel pattern, now that he had seen it, refused to be unseen. The shapes inside the socket were not perfect, not crisp, but they were close enough. Close enough to suggest he was looking at a tiny, distorted echo of his own window. Embedded in the eye of an image built from a Martian rock, an old NASA photo, and a picture of himself. It is nothing, he told himself firmly. Compression artifacts. Noise. His mind connecting the nearest available idea. He had just looked at his own window, so of course he saw his own window. That was how brains worked. But his hand shook a little as he backed the zoom out until the whole face filled the screen again. The altered proportions, and those eyes, now seeming more intentional than accidental. He decided it needed a name. Somehow, giving it a label would make it less like a visitor and more like a file. Something he owned, not something that had appeared. He clicked Save As, and a box popped up, the cursor blinking patiently in the text field. He typed, face3.png. His fingers slipped once, hitting the wrong key, but he corrected it automatically. The name appeared correctly in the field, simple and harmless. He hit enter. The save bar flicked by. For a while after that, work reclaimed him. An alert from his boss snapped him back to emails. A meeting ping lit up his calendar. The world of deliverables and deadlines slid back over the strange little moment at his desk like a lid. Hours passed in a blur of tasks, replies, and sips of now cold coffee. The composite window stayed minimized, hiding in the bar below his active documents. It was only later, when evening turned the apartment into a dim box again, and he decided to shut everything down, that he saw it. He opened his screenshots folder to clear out the clutter before bed. Thumbnails lined up in neat rows. Skull Rock, Mars face, his selfie, a few accidental grabs of his desktop. And there, near the top, was the file he had saved. Except it was not called face3.png anymore. His eyes tracked the text underneath the icon, face3am.png. The 3 and the letters A and M snugged together as if they had always been written that way. A tiny shiver crawled up from the base of his spine. He right-clicked, pulled up the file details. The system cheerfully reported its creation time, earlier that afternoon, exactly when he remembered saving it. But the last modified time was different. It was set to 3:00 a.m. Not 3:00 a.m. from last night. Not from some night in the past. The timestamp pointed to a time that had not arrived yet. 3 o'clock in the morning. Tonight. Hours ahead. already etched into the file's history, as if something had plans for it while he slept. By the time night folded itself around the apartment again, Evan had almost convinced himself that the file name was a glitch. Some sync error in the cloud, some bug in the way his system handled time zones. He told himself this as he brushed his teeth, as he rinsed the sink, as he turned out the bathroom light and walked back into the dim bedroom. The glow of his bedside lamp carved out the usual little island of yellow. Beyond that, the room pooled into soft shadow. His bed waited, sheets rumpled from the night before. The laptop sat where he had left it, charger plugged in, lid glowing faintly, with a distant reflection of the street lamp outside. It was just tiredness, he murmured, more to the lamp than to himself. Too much screen, not enough sleep. Easy explanation. He did not quite believe it, but the words gave his hands something to do. He sat on the bed, the mattress dipping under his weight, and flipped the laptop open. The screen sprang fully to life, painting his face in cold light. The last thing he had been working on at his desk, the harmless, boring spreadsheet of his job, flashed briefly before he closed it. He searched for the channel again, found the familiar thumbnail for Bones on Mars. The progress bar showed he had made it almost halfway before pausing last time. He dragged the cursor further along, scrubbing past the femur rocks and vertebrae formations. He stopped when the preview showed a new set of shapes. Narrower stones, rounded in strange ways, some stacked, some half-buried like toppled statues. He slipped his headphones on, the foam cups hugging his ears, and hit play. The narrator's voice washed back over him, steady as a heartbeat. In this section, the man said, we will look at what some viewers have called elongated skulls and statue heads. The music under his words was softer now, more like a low drone than a melody. The images rolled by. Low, egg-shaped rocks with smooth tops and narrow bases. Tall, upright stones that in the right light looked like necks and shoulders, worn down by years of wind. Some had deep grooves that might have been natural channels, but seen through the lens of suggestion, could pass for carved lines. To most geologists, the narrator went on, these features are the result of erosion, wind, sand, time. But there are those who insist they are something more. The remains of sculpted figures, ritual markers, even off-world burial grounds where an ancient people laid their dead to rest under alien skies. The words should have been ridiculous, but the voice did not deliver them with excitement or mockery. It was the same calm tone he used for everything else. That made it worse somehow, as if the possibility of ceremonial graves on Mars was as ordinary as reporting the weather. After a minute, Evan's attention drifted sideways. The voice became a textured backdrop rather than the main event, like a fan running or rain against a window. With a few taps, he opened the folder where his strange composite lived. The thumbnail for face 3mm.png pulsed at the top of the grid, its tiny size not doing justice to how wrong it had felt earlier. He double-clicked it and dragged the window so it hovered on the right half of the screen. On the left, the video continued in its own pain, showing dusty ridges and statue heads rising from sand. On the right, the composite face stared outward, layered from Mars and Bone and himself. Its jaw still seemed slightly too narrow. Its eyes were still caverns. The narrator's tone dipped, and the background music thinned to almost nothing. "Listen closely," he said, the words elongated to the silence of Mars. On that line, the audio track dropped to a near blank. For a second, there was only the tiniest rustle of recording noise in his headphones, almost below hearing. In that moment of engineered silence, Evan heard something that did not belong. A faint click, like the sound a microphone makes when someone taps the casing lightly, far from the mouthpiece. He blinked and sat up a little straighter. He tapped the spacebar to pause, scooted the cursor back along the timeline exactly 5 seconds, and played that stretch again. The narrator repeated his sentence. The music fell away. The quiet opened up. And this time, no click. Just the ghost of studio air and digital compression. He frowned, scrubbed back again, replayed. Nothing. The silence was clean. His mind, he told himself, had glued an old sound onto a new moment. Maybe he had heard the fridge cycle or a pipe tick and placed it in the wrong slot. He let the video run. The narrator moved on, describing trench patterns and erosion lines. Evan let his eyes drift to the composite eye on the right side of the screen. The narrator paused to draw breath between two sentences. The music dipped again. Over that momentary lull, something else slid in under the threshold of ordinary sound. It was faint, so faint he almost missed it. But once he heard it, he could not pretend it was anything else. It sounded like breathing, not his own. His chest wasn't moving, not the narrator's. Microphones did not usually pick up breath like that. And besides, it did not match the man's speaking rhythm. This was a slow, deliberate inhale, then a controlled, careful exhale. Breath that belonged to someone who did not want to be heard breathing at all. It had that hollow, close mic quality, slightly metallic at the edges, like air moving across a tiny diaphragm. The hair at the back of his neck lifted. He pulled one ear cup away from his head, letting it sit crooked, while the other remained sealed. The weirdly intimate sound cut off immediately. With one ear free, the room rushed back in. The low, steady hum of the fridge from the kitchen. The soft tick of the cheap clock on the wall. A single car passing outside, tires whispering on the street. No hidden breath threaded through any of that. He pressed the ear cup back into place and, almost against his better judgment, went back 5 seconds and hit play. The narrator said a phrase about wind carving stone. The music thinned. Silence again. And there it was. That thin, creeping inhale, dragged out as if through teeth, followed by an exhale that tried and failed to be soundless. It made the skin inside his ears itch. Evan's gaze snapped from the timeline to the Face 3M image. He was not sure what he expected to see, but the composite's left eye answered something he had not put into words. The dark hollow on the screen did not move dramatically. It did not blink or shift. But while the breath in his headphones slowly pulled in, the faint pattern inside that socket seemed to brighten by a fraction, as if the tiny, pixelated reflection of the window within it caught a little more light. As the breath went out, the speckled rectangle dimmed again, shrinking almost imperceptibly into deeper gray. The breathing, he realized with a cold, slow dread, was in time with that minuscule flicker. Inhale, pale pixels. Exhale, dark again. He sat completely still, afraid that any movement of his own chest would make it harder to tell where the sound was coming from. For a few long seconds, the only thing that existed was the soft rush of borrowed air in his ears and the almost imagined pulse of light in that ugly layered eye. The narrator, oblivious, continued his script. "We see faces," he said, "where none exist." On the word faces, a new sound slipped into the track. It was quiet but crisp, cutting cleanly through voice and music both. 3 small knocks, spaced evenly apart, resonated somewhere just beyond the edge of the narrator's voice. Toc, toc, toc. They were not the heavy thuds of someone banging on a door. They were more like knuckles testing the hollow of a wall, polite but firm. The audio meter on the video spiked gently with each one, as if the system recognized them as separate events. For half a heartbeat, Evan thought it was part of the sound design, a cheap effect laid under the commentary to emphasize a point. Then, from directly behind his actual headboard, mere inches from the back of his skull, the same rhythm answered in the real world. Toc, toc, toc. The vibrations traveled through the wall, through the bed frame, into his spine. The timing was exact. The second knock in his headphones and the second knock behind him collided so perfectly that he could not have slipped a breath between them. Whatever was on the other side of that wall, plumbing, neighbor, empty space, had matched the narrator's ghost knocks beat for beat. His entire body went rigid, a held breath wrapped in skin. The dog he had heard earlier gave no warning this time. No one upstairs stomped or flushed. The apartment, except for the soft, fading ring of those knocks, fell utterly silent. Evan did not turn around. He could not. He sat there with his back pressed to the headboard, headphones cupping his ears, the composite face staring from the screen, and understood with a clarity that cut through every rational excuse he had stacked up. This time, the sound had not come from the ceiling, or the pipes, or someone else's floor. The knocks were right behind him, on the exact piece of wall his bed was pushed against, as if something on the other side had just discovered where his head rested when he listened this closely. By the next afternoon, the rational explanation had frayed just enough for curiosity to slip through. Evan told himself he was only looking so he could prove to his own brain how far people were willing to stretch a story. That was the excuse, anyway. The truth was quieter and heavier. Once something had knocked in time with his headphones, once a file had stamped itself with a future hour, simply going back to email and spreadsheets felt like pretending gravity had stopped working. He did not open YouTube this time. He had already seen what the surface-level videos could offer. Thumbnails, dramatic titles, the same 5 images repeated in different orders. He wanted to see what was underneath that. The places where the algorithm did not like to send casual viewers. His fingers moved over the keyboard in his dim afternoon apartment. Blinds half closed against a sky the color of dishwater. Search terms grew longer and less reasonable. Mars rover Skull Rock debunk became Mars Bones whistleblower full transcript. That turned into off-world soldier testimony audio. And then, because he had already stepped over the line, I worked on Mars, and they erased me. Results shifted from glossy video pages to text-heavy forum threads, blogs that had not been updated since before his last breakup, sites with backgrounds still designed for monitors from a decade ago. Usernames glowed in muted blues and greens. Captain R, Mara L, the geologist who never came back, Dustwalker Sather 4. The posts themselves were what you would expect. Too much detail in some places, not enough in others. Arguments that broke apart under the slightest pressure. But scattered among the half-baked conspiracies and obvious role-play sessions, there were a few fragments that felt different. He clicked on a thread titled simply, Audio from the Red Dust. Listen before it is gone. The original post was years old. The links in the replies were mostly dead, eaten by time and expired hosting. But one of them, an old .wav file, hosted on a forgotten server, still loaded when he tapped it. The file name was nothing fancy. Briefing cut to .wav. The description claimed it had been ripped from a closed-door talk by a former soldier who had served off-world in a place he never named directly. The poster, long inactive now, swore up and down that the voice was real, that he had been there when the man spoke, that the audio had been smuggled out on a battered USB drive. Evan hesitated with the cursor hovering over the play button. Afternoon light leaked through the blinds in thin bands, catching the slow fall of dust motes in the air. Without the lamp, the room's edges looked softer, less defined. The apartment had a hollow feeling in the daytime, like a shell everyone else had moved out of but him. The usual hum of the building was still there. Someone running water down the hall, the distant elevator. But it all sounded thinner than at night, stretched. He clicked play. The first thing that came through his speakers was not a voice, but sound around it. Static, like dry sand rubbing against a microphone. The steady hiss of tape hissed under everything, as if the file had been recorded on an old machine and then copied and recopied. Underneath that, a low rumble that might have been industrial equipment or a ventilation system, something big and mechanical and distant. Then a man's voice broke through, rough at the edges and a little too close to the mic. They told us we were going farther than anyone had gone before, the voice said. There was a rasp to it that made Evan picture an older man, throat worn down by dust and cheap cigarettes. They did not say how far up counted as out. He spoke slowly, with the measured rhythm of someone who had told parts of this story many times, and other parts not nearly enough. He never used the word Mars. He did not have to. He described stepping out onto soil that was the wrong color. It crunched, he said, and the way he lingered on that word made it worse. Not like snow, not like gravel, like glass, like someone had ground up 1,000,000 bottles and laid them out as a carpet, and we had to walk over it like it was normal to hear the ground crack under our boots on a planet that was not ours. Evan leaned closer to the speaker. The hairs on his arms prickled. The man went on, voice dipping lower when he reached the next part. You learn to walk without looking down, he said. They tell you it is just rock. Just regolith, they call it. Fancy word for dirt. But sometimes the wind has been busy. Sometimes it has peeled back the top layer. And what you see, it is not just rock. There was a brief warble in the audio, as if the file had been spliced or corrupted. Then his voice came back clearer, edged with something like anger, wrapped in exhaustion. We came up on a field one day, he said. That is what it looked like to me. A field. Rows and rows of pale shapes just beneath the surface. You could see where the red had been brushed off in places, like when you wipe dust from a shelf and your fingers leave streaks. White, curved, some of them long, some short, all of them lying in lines that did not belong in a place where there is supposed to be no life and no death. In the background, behind the static and the rumble, a faint, high-pitched whistle cut in for a second, shrill enough that Evan winced and reflexively glanced at his speakers. The sound vanished as fast as it arrived, leaving the tape hiss to fill its absence. They told us the shapes were just rocks, the man said, and now there was a tremor in his words, like the memory lived closer to the surface than he wanted. They showed us the geology charts, erosion patterns, natural fractures, all the right phrases. He laughed once, a dry, humorless puff of breath that crackled in the recording. But rocks do not lie in rows. Rocks do not look like they are waiting. The word waiting dragged out on his tongue, stretched by something that felt very close to fear. Evan swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry again. The afternoon seemed to dim a shade. The dust in the air looked less like random specks and more like slow little planets in orbit, moving through light that had traveled years to get here. The hum of his refrigerator in the kitchenette merged with the low, mechanical drone in the recording until it was hard to tell where the file ended and his apartment began. The soldier in the audio, because that was what he had to be, with that clipped cadence and those half-erased terms for rank and unit, continued. He spoke of chambers carved into stone, lit by small, cold lights. The phrase snagged on something in Evan's mind, a perfect echo of the words he had read in the thread. We were told they were storage, research facilities. That is where they brought the pieces. Tape hiss rose, then dropped, like someone had leaned closer to the mic and then away. They had tables along the walls, the man said. Metal. Clean. Too clean for a place that is always dusty. On those tables, they laid out what they found. Some of it was obviously mineral, just interesting shapes. But some of it, another whistle sliced through the recording, higher this time, then fell off. Some of it looked like things we did not have names for. Curves and joints and hollows that wanted to be bone, but were not. It hurts your head, trying to make your language wrap around something your species was not supposed to see. His voice cracked on that last line. For a moment, the machinery rumble seemed to swell, covering whatever sound he made next, like a curtain pulled up at the wrong time. When the volume settled again, he was breathing heavier. The microphone picked up every intake, every slow, controlled exhale. They told us, he repeated, softer now, as if speaking to himself. They told us the shapes were just rocks. He let out a small, disbelieving huff. But rocks do not lie in rows. Rocks do not look like they are waiting to be put back together. The silence that followed felt heavier than any of the static. Evan stared at his wall, at the faint lines where the paint had been rolled over old cracks, and tried to picture what it meant to walk across a field where the ground itself hinted at being a disassembled body. He did not know if the man on the tape was telling the truth. It was entirely possible that this was an elaborate lie, a lonely person's way of carving out meaning for their pain. But the quiver in the voice, the way certain words caught and scraped, those things were harder to fake. Someone was haunted, that much was obvious. Whether by real off-world memories or by their own imagination, did not matter as much as the fact that they had carried this weight long enough to speak into a microphone and let the rest of the world decide what to do with it. Evan felt a slow sympathy unfold in his chest, like a bruise blooming. He thought of the timestamps on his file, the knocks on his wall, the nights he had spent staring at stone eyes millions of miles away. Whoever the man on the recording had been, it sounded like he had given years of his life to a story no one official would ever confirm. He wondered, not for the first time that day, how many people in the world were living like that, full of experiences that had nowhere to land, pacing small apartments under gray light, talking into machines in the hope that someone, somewhere, would listen and believe them long enough to let the dust settle. He let the file run to the end once, listening straight through. When the soldier's voice finally faded into static and the mechanical rumble dwindled to nothing, The player snapped back to its resting state, the progress bar full. Evan sat for a moment in the quiet, the last words echoing in his head. Rocks do not lie in rows. Rocks do not look like they are waiting. He scrubbed back to the middle and started again. This time, he listened differently. Not to what the man was saying, but to where he hesitated, where the tape stuttered. A pattern emerged in the stumbles. Every time the soldier's voice moved towards something like a specific, the sound wavered. I was stationed at static. On the sector, near the... A sharp burst of white noise obliterated the rest. Back in 20. The word dissolved into a garbled blur, the date eaten alive. It was almost comical, as if someone had taken scissors to the tape and cut out every proper noun, every coordinate, every year. The flow of speech remained, but the anchors had been removed. What was left was feeling and implication, the shape of a story with all the addresses ripped off. At first, Evan assumed it was just bad copying. Old media degraded, connections corrupted. But the more he listened, the less it sounded like decay, and the more it sounded like intention. The static did not appear randomly. It came precisely when the man's tongue brushed against something that could pin his experience to a place or a time. He replayed a section where the soldier said, "Back then, in the..." and was cut off by a wash of hiss. Beneath that hiss, if he strained, he could hear the original vowels trying to fight through, like someone talking behind a waterfall. In the silence between fragments of words, another sound began to stand out. It was not part of the man's speech and did not match the rumble of machinery. It was subtler, a series of tiny, uneven thuds buried in the noise, with gaps between them, almost like distant knocking on something hollow, or footsteps moving slowly across a floor covered in loose gravel. He leaned closer, squinting as if that would help his ears. The laptop fan shifted up a notch, warm air brushing his wrists. The afternoon light had slipped lower by now, the gray outside steepening toward evening. His room had taken on that in-between quality, not yet night, but not properly day. The player's simple waveform display was not enough anymore. On impulse, he downloaded a free spectrogram visualizer, the kind of tool people use to analyze bird calls or EVP recordings in ghost shows. It installed in a blur of clicks. He dragged the .wav file into it and watched as the program translated seconds of sound into bands of color and line. The soldier's voice appeared as thick, horizontal streaks across the middle frequencies, denser where he spoke louder, thinner where he whispered. The constant background rumble was a dark smear along the lower edge, a blanket of low frequencies. Static burst up as vertical spikes, bright and chaotic, cutting across everything. But in those cut-out places where the proper words had vanished, the spectrogram showed something unusual. The gaps were not empty. Instead, they were filled with strange, narrow vertical lines, evenly spaced. They did not follow the soldier's cadence at all. They sat there like fence posts planted in the middle of an empty field. He zoomed in on one of these sections, dragging the time window narrower until less than a second of audio filled the screen. The vertical lines grew taller, more distinct. He adjusted the color scale, pushing the contrast between high and low intensities. The background blues and greens faded, the strongest frequencies glowing in sickly yellows and whites. When the shapes clarified, his throat tightened. The cluster of bright lines did not form letters or numbers. They formed something much worse, an outline that his brain could not help but recognize. There was a rounded mass at the top, a narrowing column below it, a kink where the column bent, then another shorter line at an angle. It looked, if you let your eyes relax, like a skeletal silhouette embedded in the noise. A head, a spine, and a knee bent, as if the figure were kneeling or half risen from the ground. He blinked hard, once, twice. The image stayed. He scrolled a little further, to another cutout moment, adjusted the colors again. Another cluster. This one, asymmetrical, like the upper half of a torso leaning. A curved arc that could be a rib cage. Empty space where lungs would be. As he moved from gap to gap, chasing these flickers, the hum in his own room seemed to shift. The familiar appliances and building systems began to sing in strange harmony with the frequencies on screen. A low note, deeper than his fridge usually managed, thrummed up through the floorboards. So soft he felt it more in the soles of his feet than in his ears. The plaster wall beside him gave off a faint, almost insectile buzz, as if some tiny motor were buried inside it. A framed print on the wall, a cheap landscape he barely noticed anymore, trembled. Not enough to be obvious if you were not looking for it, but enough that the light caught on its glass differently for a moment. A quick flash on one corner. The nails holding it in place whispered against the plaster. He froze. His fingers hovered over the trackpad. The only moving thing in the room was the spectrogram, colors slowly crawling across the screen as the file played. The unnatural hum under it all had drilled itself under his skin. He slammed the space bar on instinct. The playback stopped. The spectrogram froze mid-line. The low, mechanical murmur in his headphones cut out so completely it left a ringing absence. In that sudden silence, his apartment's actual sounds rushed back in, but now they seemed too loud. The tick of the clock, the distant elevator doors clunking, a car's engine revving at the intersection outside. He held his breath, listening for any echo of the strange resonance. The picture frame hung still now, as inanimate as it had been every other day. The humming in the walls dropped back to its usual barely there level. After a long minute, he exhaled shakily. His chest felt tight, as if he had run up a flight of stairs. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment, letting his pulse slow. But the soldier's cut-off words echoed in his memory, the places where sentences had been gutted. Something in him refused to leave it at that. He slid the headphones more firmly over his ears, shut his eyes again deliberately, and hit play once more, this time with the spectrogram minimized. No visuals, just sound. Without the distraction of moving colors, his ears sharpened. He listened to the soldier's voice, not to the meaning of the sentences, but to the spaces between them. In those shaved-down gaps, where static had smothered names and coordinates, something else faded up around the edges. It was like hearing someone talk in the next room while a TV played too loud. A hint of a second conversation, not in front, but behind. A whisper threaded under the hiss. At first, it was nothing but the shape of speech without the clarity. Then, after replaying the same 3-second strip 5, 6, 7 times, he began to distinguish syllables. The extra voice was higher than the soldier's, thinner, like breath slipping through a narrow space. The words were stretched, only half pronounced, but some of them were close enough to recognize. Below. Buried. Still here. They brushed against his ears in different places each time, as if they did not exist on the track so much as inside his expectation of it. A ghost generated by concentration. He could not be sure, if they were real fragments of another recording or his own mind, primed by stories of graves and chambers, knitting sounds together. The more he chased the whispers, the more his body betrayed him. His own breathing, which had been steady, began to change. Without realizing it, he inhaled when the hidden voice inhaled, exhaled when it did. His lungs synced up to that slow, almost secret rhythm. At some point, he noticed that his breaths no longer matched the rise and fall of the soldiers' sentences. They matched the tiny sounds in between, the little intakes of air that seemed to ride on the back of the static. As the whisper drew breath, so did he. As it let the air go, so did he. For one disorienting moment, he could not tell whether he was following the voice or it was following him, or they both belonged to the same borrowed air moving in and out of the space between his ears. That night, the rain came in quietly, as if it had been waiting all day for the right moment to start. Evan first noticed it as a soft hiss against the glass, a whispery patter that sat behind the city noise like a second, gentler soundtrack. By the time he shut down the last work window and pushed his chair away from the desk, the drizzle had thickened. Water gathered in long streaks on the outside of his bedroom window, catching what little light there was and smearing it into pale, moving lines. Thunder muttered somewhere far off, low and distant, like a conversation happening in another part of the building that no one had invited him to. The flashes, when they came, were dull behind the blinds, more suggestion than spectacle. The room felt darker in comparison, the corners receding into a soft, fuzzy black that made the space feel smaller, like the walls had taken a subtle step inward. He left the overhead light off. It was too harsh for this kind of weather. Instead, he only kept the laptop on, its glow washing the rumpled bed in cold white and blue. He set it on the mattress near his knees, then turned off the bedside lamp. The yellow halo vanished, replaced by the single glowing rectangle, the sole bright object in the room. Rain tapped steadily on the window, building a rhythm. He pulled up the audio file again, the soldier's testimony, and this time he did not bother with the spectrogram or any of the visualizers. He just opened his media player, set the file to loop, and hit play. Then he lay back against the headboard, sliding down until the pillows caught him, the headphones sealing him off from the rest of the world. The laptop screen threw a faint reflection onto the ceiling, the progress bar a slow-moving streak. The man's voice rose out of the static like something climbing out of a hole. It sounded different at night, in the dim, with rain as background noise instead of traffic and office hum. The roughness in his tone seemed closer, the gravel more personal. Evan's eyes closed almost immediately, not from sleepiness, but in the way you close your eyes to listen to a story better. On the second loop through, the soldier reached a section Evan remembered only vaguely from earlier. His voice grew softer, more deliberate, each word spaced out like careful steps across unfamiliar ground. "The first time I saw one," he said, "really saw one. It was when the wind had been busy for days. The dust had pulled back just enough." He paused, breathing deep enough that the mic caught the intake. "The first time I saw a skull come out of the sand," he continued, "and it was not like ours, but close enough that I could not sleep for a month." On the word skull, every light in the apartment flickered. The laptop screen dimmed and then flared back. The hallway nightlight outside his open bedroom door stuttered, and even the tiny LED on his power strip blinked. It lasted less than a second, but the effect was like a brief, painless electrical shock, administered to the entire space. Evan's eyes snapped open. He had not touched a switch. His hands were flat on the blanket. He lay there very still, heartbeats suddenly loud in his ears beneath the soldier's voice. A coincidence, he told himself. Old wiring, rain, thunder, power lines. He swallowed hard and tried to let the man's words pull him back in. The recording went on. They said it was rock, the soldier murmured. Everything is rock when you do not want it to be anything else. But I saw the way the curve went here. There was a soft scrape as if he were gesturing to his own head, fingers brushing a skull none of them could see. And here, I saw where something once connected. Rock does not. It does not. The file glitched faintly, a tiny warble in the hiss, then caught itself. Just after the soldier said the word skull again, there was a thump in the audio. A dull, low-frequency impact sound, like something heavy dropped onto a wooden platform some distance from the microphone. The meters jumped, then settled. Evan almost dismissed it as part of the recording. People knocked tables during confessions. Microphones got bumped. But a fraction of a second after the thump hit his ears, he felt something answer under his body. It was subtle, but unmistakable. The mattress jolted upward from beneath with a soft, rounded impact, just enough to lift his spine a hair and then drop it back. It felt like someone had swung a fist or a shoulder gently into the underside of the bed, or like a heavy box had been slid clumsily across the floor directly below. The springs complained in a low squeak. He sat up so quickly, the headphones tugged at his ears. For a disorienting moment, sound layered strangely. The soldier's recorded thump echoing in his headphones. The physical echo of whatever had hit the floor under his bed, and behind both, the rain outside, striking the glass in faster, more insistent patterns. Thunder rolled closer this time, a little louder, but still muffled by distance and walls. He stared down at the blanket, at his own knees, as if expecting to see something bulging up through the mattress. There was nothing. The laptop sat where it had been. The soldier's waveform scrolling past on the screen. The loop icon lit. The track continued, the older man's voice grinding through another sentence about tables and specimens. The thump in the recording repeated as the loop reached that same sentence again, softer now that he expected it. The bed did not move this time. Or if it did, the movement was so slight he could not tell whether it was real or his nerves ringing. His skin felt too tight. The apartment, which had seemed cozy with the storm crowding outside, now felt like it had grown small enough to fit inside his lungs. The steady rain had picked up, drops hitting the glass harder, faster. They formed little rivers that wriggled down the pane, distorting the lights from the street into writhing streaks. He yanked the headphones off, the pads scraping his ears, and slapped the spacebar. The audio cut off mid-word. The ceiling fan's faint whir, which he had not noticed before, suddenly sounded too loud, then clicked as it cycled. He reached over and paused the player entirely, watching the timer freeze. 07:42. Loop icon still lit, but inactive. For a moment, nothing moved. The silence inside the walls felt thick, like the air in an empty theater after everyone has left. The only consistent sound was the rain on the window, a rapid, irregular tapping like hundreds of fingertips drumming on the glass. He waited for the usual sounds to return, the upstairs neighbor pacing, a television suspecting no one was listening, the fridge in the kitchenette humming to life. None of them came. The hallway outside his apartment door was dead quiet. No elevator whine, no distant door latch. Even the refrigerator, which he had learned to tune out years ago, seemed to have chosen this exact moment to fall utterly silent. He strained his ears and heard nothing from that direction, not the faint compressor buzz, not the tiny crackle of frost. The absence of its low, constant presence made the apartment feel incorrectly tuned. His eyes darted to the laptop screen. The file was still paused. No progress, no moving waveform, no speakers active. Something in his chest tightened. He realized he was holding his breath. Without meaning to, he released it in a small, shaky exhale. That was when the voice came. You are not supposed to listen this closely. It was the same voice from the recording, the same worn rasp, the same weight on the vowels, but it did not arrive through speakers. There was no electronic edge to it, no hint of compression or digital artifact. It sounded exactly like a real person talking in the same room, at normal speaking volume, from just behind his head. Evan's scalp prickled. Every muscle in his back locked. He did not move. He did not dare. The words had come from the wall, from the thin stretch of plaster between his bed and whatever lay on the other side. It was as though someone was sitting there, on the floor against the opposite side of the wall, shoulder blades pressed to the same spot as his, mouth separated by inches of paint and drywall. He stared straight ahead. The paused file on the laptop did not change. The player's timer remained frozen. The little play icon waited patiently, as if it had never considered speaking for itself. The rain continued its steady assault on the window, but now it sounded far away, like another recording being played in another apartment. The deepest quiet in the room pooled behind him, in the hollow place between his skull and the wall. For one suspended second, he could feel, as surely as if he had seen it, the shape of someone on the other side, leaning close to where his head rested when he listened, whispering warnings into the seam between two lives that were never supposed to touch. The week after the voice in the wall, sleep stopped being an event and became a series of brief accidents. Evan no longer lay down with any expectation of a full night. Instead, he drifted in and out in shallow bursts, like a weak signal fading across a radio dial. He would close his eyes and feel the drag of exhaustion pulling him under, only to surface 30 minutes later, with his heart racing, his brain insisting he had heard something. Footsteps, a sigh, his own name inhaled rather than spoken. The routines that used to anchor him began to smear together. Some nights, he left the bedside lamp on. Other nights, he fell asleep to the laptop's glow and woke to a dead battery and a black screen. The soldier's audio, the Mars videos, the spectrogram experiments. He stopped keeping track of how many times he replayed them. They seeped into the same mental space as work emails and grocery lists, forming a static layer at the back of his mind. On one of those nights, or mornings technically, time loosened its grip in a more noticeable way. The digital clock on his nightstand read 3:12 a.m. The last time he checked, red numbers soft against the dark. Rain had finally moved on, leaving a faded dampness in the air. The apartment around him was as quiet as he had ever heard it. The silence so complete, it felt like the whole building was holding its breath. He lay on his side, facing the wall, the outline of the headboard a faint shape in front of him. He could feel the pressure of the mattress against his ribs, the weight of the blanket across his legs, the slight warmth carved into the pillowcase where his cheek rested. The laptop's lid was closed for once. There was no screen light, only the thin gray suggestion of the window in the corner, blinds pulled down. He blinked. The darkness behind his eyelids and the darkness in the room lined up perfectly, as if the world had simply decided not to redraw itself this time. The transition, when it came, was so gentle that he did not notice exactly when he stopped feeling the sheets. 1 second, he was in bed, aware of the cool cotton under his fingertips. The next, without any jolt or falling sensation, the texture beneath his bare feet changed to something dry, brittle, and wrong. It was like a film cut where both scenes shared the same color palette. The editor hoped you would not see the splice. In the dream, or whatever it was, Evan was standing. He knew that before he knew anything else. His back no longer touched the headboard. Gravity tugged downward through his spine to his soles, and his soles rested on a surface that crunched faintly as his weight shifted. His toes curled reflexively, and the sound answered, a shallow grind that set his teeth on edge. He opened his eyes, or thought he did. The darkness in front of him thinned into form. He was in a corridor. Narrow was too generous a word for it. The walls were so close that if he stretched his arms out, he could touch both at once. They loomed up on either side of him, not smooth, but rough with layers. Packed red dust and stone had been pressed together here, then cut away, revealing thin horizontal lines like growth rings in a tree. Some layers were darker, some lighter, each one a different shade of dried blood and rust, compressed centuries stacked into a vertical record. The ceiling hung low enough that he felt an irrational urge to duck. It was made of the same material as the walls, arched slightly, the curve bearing hairline cracks filled with shadow. The air was dry as paper. Every breath slid down his throat without moisture, leaving a faint taste of iron on his tongue. He looked down. His feet were bare. The ground beneath them was not smooth packed earth, but a layer of broken fragments that shifted and complained whenever he moved. It sounded like walking on shattered glass and old bones. Thin, pale slivers lay half buried in the reddish grit, some straight, some curved, all with a chalky texture that his mind refused to label too quickly. The soundscape of the place was subtle but relentless. Somewhere in the distance, far beyond the corridor's visible end, a steady hum vibrated through the stone. A deep, continuous note that reminded him of a generator or the heart of some buried machine that had never been turned off. It was not loud, but he could feel it more than hear it. A faint buzzing behind his breastbone. Closer, more delicate sounds traced the edges of his hearing. Fine grains trickled from some invisible fissure above, spilling down a wall in a tiny watermark of motion. The whisper of sand sliding over sand was constant, the slow erosion of a place that had long ago run out of patience. Every so often, a metallic clink rang somewhere out of sight. It was a sharp, clean sound, like a single chain link tapped against another, or a loose piece of metal nudged by a draft. The echoes were dull, swallowed quickly by the heavy walls, but each time the clink occurred, it seemed to mark a beat, dividing the endless hum into measures. He turned his head, and the corridor's full strangeness unfurled. Both walls were lined with shallow niches, carved at regular intervals along their length. Each recess was about the size of a human torso, a little higher than his waist, and deep enough that a person could have lain in one if they curled slightly. The edges of the niches were sharper than the rest of the stone, as if cut deliberately, not eroded into place. Some of the spaces were occupied. Shapes lay cradled in them, wrapped in something that might have once been fabric. Time had hardened the material until it hung in stiff folds, clinging to whatever was underneath like plaster. In the weak, sourceless light that filtered down the corridor, those bundles resembled bodies in loosely wound shrouds, shoulders and knees implied under their stiff coverings. In other niches, the wrappings had fallen away or never existed. There, only a scatter of pale, curved fragments remained, gathered in the bottom of the recess like offerings. Some were tiny, like finger bones. Others were long enough that, on Earth, you would have called them femurs or ribs. A few bore darker edges, as if they had been charred long ago, the blackened parts flaking into dust. He could not tell if any of it was truly bone, or if the same cruel game of pattern recognition was at work here, transforming strange geology into anatomy. But here, unlike on his laptop screen, the context was wrong in a way that overwhelmed skepticism. These objects did not lie scattered on a random slope. They were arranged, tucked into precise alcoves along a path someone had carved. This place had been designed to hold them. The air felt heavier as he realized that. He took a careful step forward. The ground answered with a crunch, a dry crackle underfoot that sounded almost obscenely loud in the hush. Grains shifted around his toes, the gritty texture scraping his skin. The hum deepened for a moment, as if the whole corridor had noticed that he was moving. He did not know how he knew it, but knowledge sat in him as firmly as the sense of his own name. This place was below something, not on the surface, not open to sky or weather. It was under a mass, under a structure that mattered, maybe beneath a base where lights still glowed in sealed rooms, maybe under a ruined outpost, abandoned on the ground above while the lower levels remained intact, forgotten. It did not feel like a tomb, exactly, though it held things that could have been remains. It felt like a storage space beneath a workshop, as if the real work, the study and the cataloging, happened overhead, and whatever they were not ready to face or were not allowed to destroy had been brought down here and slotted neatly into the walls, labeled in a language he could not read, left to wait. The hum and the trickle and the occasional metallic tap wove into each other, turning the silence into a net of sound stretched tight around him. Somewhere behind all of it, just beyond what his ears could separate, his mind supplied another noise, the ghost of a voice saying below, in the same thin, whispering tone he had chased through the recording. Whether it was truly there or just an echo dragged in from his memory did not matter. It fit the place too well to reject. Evan swallowed and tasted dust. He was not surprised to find himself in this corridor, barefoot and sleepless, walking on what might be sand and might be bone. A part of him had known, ever since he started listening too closely, that if he went far enough down in his own apartment, he would eventually end up under someone else's world. He began to walk, because standing still in that place felt worse than moving. Each step forward sent a brittle crackle up through his bones, bare soles grinding fine grit and broken fragments into the packed earth beneath. The corridor did not rush to meet him. It unspooled at a measured pace, as if he were being allowed to see only as much as it was ready to show. The air grew colder with every meter he covered. It was not the natural chill of night or the damp cold of a basement. This was a dry, clinical cold, the temperature of a room kept just low enough to preserve whatever it contained. The hairs along his arms lifted, not from a breeze, there was none, but from the sensation that the warmth was being quietly drawn out of him, sip by sip. The hum that had vibrated under everything since he arrived grew clearer as he walked. It still lived mostly below hearing, but now and then it rose just enough to brush the edges of his awareness. It was steady and mechanical, a long, unbroken note that might have been a generator left running in a forgotten sub-basement, or something deeper and less human. Fine grains continued to trickle down one of the walls somewhere behind him, a constant whisper of motion, like the place reminding him that time still moved here, even if it did not mean the same thing. He kept his eyes away from the niches as much as he could. The bundles wrapped in stiffened fabric and the piles of pale pieces felt too intimate, like glancing at the contents of someone's private drawers. Even in a dream, there was a sense of trespassing. Out of the corner of his vision, he registered shapes. A shoulder suggested under a hardened fold, a length of something curved stacked neatly against a side, an empty space where something had been and was no longer. Eventually, the walls on either side of him angled inward slightly, funneling him towards something ahead. The reddish dim there thickened, further darkening into a shadow that did not belong to the corridor itself. As he drew closer, that shadow resolved into the solid outline of a metal door, set flush into the stone. It did not look new. The surface was scarred and dulled, the metal pitted with age and flecks of corrosion. A rectangle of lighter color framed its edges, where someone had at some point cleaned or polished it, long enough ago that the effort had already started to fade. At about eye height, faint ghosts of logos and labels clung to the surface like bruises. Some were round, some angular, overlapping in layers as if covered and uncovered multiple times. He could not make out full words, but the remnants tugged at recognition. Here, the bare arc of a circle where an emblem had once been. There, the diagonal collar of a stylized swoosh. A cluster of letters hung like broken teeth along one edge. An N, alone and jagged. An A paired with half an S. Another A, separated from everything by scratches. They did not form a name, but they were close enough that his mind automatically tried to stitch them into something he had grown up seeing on hats, documentaries, launch footage. It was as if someone had taken an official door off a known facility and then scraped away every identifying mark with a knife, leaving just enough behind for the ghosts of the letters to linger. Near the handle, bolted crookedly into the metal, was a small plaque. Rust had bloomed around its edges, an oily dark red that blended unsettlingly well with the dust on the stone. Most of its surface was obscured by a film of that same dust, as if the corridor had tried to reclaim it. But a few letters shone through, their stamped impressions deeper, more stubborn than the rest. At first, he thought he was looking at a coincidence. Then he shifted his angle slightly, and the pattern snapped into place. It was his last name. Some of the letters were half buried, their bottoms eaten by rust, but the sequence of them, the way they lined up, was unmistakable. It was the same arrangement that appeared on his mail, on his email signature at work, on the old student ID buried somewhere in his closet. No initials, no rank, no first name, just the surname, floating there alone, as if the door belonged to whatever part of him the world recognized on forms. His breath changed without his permission. It dropped deeper, slower, the way it did when he encountered something that did not make sense and was trying very hard not to panic. The sound of his own breathing echoed faintly in the corridor, bouncing off the packed red walls. Each exhale came back to him a half-second late, as if someone else were standing just behind him, breathing along in almost perfect time. From behind the door, another sound drifted out now that he was close enough to hear it clearly. It was a ticking. Not the bright, chirpy tick of a wristwatch, but a low, muted talk at regular intervals. It reminded him of a heart monitor buried behind layers of insulation, or a metronome set to a patient, unhurried tempo. The spaces between ticks were long enough that he found himself waiting for the next one. He reached a hand out, more because some part of him needed to confirm the solidity of the scene than because he intended to open anything. His fingers hovered over the rusted plaque, then descended until the tips lightly brushed the dusty surface. The dust did not simply smear. It shifted. It moved in a small, soft puff, as if the plaque had exhaled under his touch. A tiny cloud of red particles swelled outward, then settled back, coating his fingertips. The movement was disturbingly organic. It looked less like an object reacting to contact and more like something under the dust taking a quick, shallow breath. He snatched his hand back. The ticking behind the door continued, unchanged. His own heart rate, however, had sped up, the beat in his chest climbing toward that same tempo. 1, 2, 3, 4, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, wait. The two rhythms began to lean toward each other, not synchronized yet, but closer than felt comfortable. A voice spoke behind him. We were never supposed to open the doors with our own names on them. The sound did not make him jump as violently as it should have. It did not crash into the silence like an alarm. It arrived with the weight of something inevitable, like a line he had been walking toward since the moment he stepped into the corridor. He recognized the voice instantly, the roughened tone, the gravel packed into each syllable. It was the soldier from the recording, but stripped of tape hiss and mechanical hum. In here, he sounded clearer, calmer, as if whatever had been agitating him in the audio had been left topside. Evan turned sharply, the brittle surface under his feet crackling. The corridor behind him had changed. He knew, without being able to say how, that it had been shorter when he came in. Now it stretched away into a dim red haze, the far end sunk in shadow. The niches along the walls, which he had tried not to look directly at before, were sharper in focus, as if some unseen hand had adjusted the depth of field. Some of the bundles in those alcoves had collapsed further, revealing more of what lay beneath. Others had rearranged. In several of the recesses, there were now shapes that could only be read one way. Skulls, not neatly human, but close enough to trip every recognition circuit he had. One was elongated, the back of the head drawn out into an unnatural taper. Eye sockets set slightly higher and wider apart than they should be. Another was too round, like a child's toy made in the vague image of a head. A few had jawbones attached, mouths partially open, as if they had been caught mid-word. Most unnervingly, every one of those exposed skulls seemed to be turned just slightly toward where he stood, empty sockets angled to face him. Not fully, not theatrically, but in the subtle way people glance toward a doorway when someone enters a room they have been waiting in too long. The hum under everything swelled a fraction. From behind the door, with his name, the ticking sped up. The gaps between each soft talk shortened, the tempo creeping upward. His own heart, traitorously obedient, quickened along with it, the beat in his chest trying to match the hidden pulse on the other side of the metal. He stood caught between the staring niches and the named door. The dust still settled on his fingertips, like residue from someone else's breath, and understood, in the quiet place where dreams borrow logic from waking life, that the corridor was not just a place below. It was a way down to something that knew him, or had been waiting to. In the end, it was not really a choice. Dream logic does not offer options. It lays a path in front of you and wraps your feet around it. Evan knew, in the small, rational corner of his mind that still remembered cotton sheets and a bedside lamp, that he should turn away from the door with his name. But the rest of him moved forward without asking. He reached for the handle. The metal was so cold, it felt wrong. Not the sharp cold of winter air on skin, but the deep, deliberate cold of something kept chilled on purpose. The contact bit into his fingers as if he had plunged his hand into dry ice. For a second, he thought his skin might stick to it, fuse there. A prickling ache shot up his knuckles, and his grip threatened to falter. He tightened it instead. The door resisted for a heartbeat, as if it had forgotten how to open. Then, with a reluctant shudder, it gave. It did not swing wide. It only cracked, opening just enough to let a thin seam of darkness cut through the red gloom. From that narrow gap, air poured out. The draft was sharp, slicing past his face and chest like a knife. It smelled of iron, an old antiseptic, the twin scents of blood, and the effort to erase blood. Underneath those, there was a faint chemical tang that reminded him of hospital corridors and laboratory floors, places scrubbed so clean they felt more like sets than spaces people actually lived in. The cold from inside the crack wrapped around him in a slender, insistent band. It pressed against his eyes, made them water. A swirl of red dust erupted from the bottom edge of the door as the pressure equalized. The spiral rose in front of him, fine grains catching on his lashes, brushing his cheek. For an instant, the dust itself seemed to hesitate at the height of his face, as if tasting him, before drifting down in slow, lazy arcs. He squinted into the gap. The light inside was different from the corridor's sourceless glow. It came from a control panel mounted just beyond the door, the kind of interface he had seen in 100 science fiction films and concept art pieces. Small, rectangular displays flickered fitfully, their colors muted as if filtered through dust. Buttons and switches bristled below, some lit, some dead. One of the displays, set a little apart from the others, showed a top-down diagram. It was rendered in simple lines and shaded blocks. A small rectangular room, proportions tight, dimensions familiar. A narrow rectangle along one side marked a bed. A longer, thinner strip on the opposite wall indicated a window. Near the bed, a square with a smaller rectangle perched on it, nightstand and glowing device. It took less than a second for his mind to match the layout. It was his apartment, not an approximation or generic human quarters mock-up, but the exact proportions of his bedroom. The bed pushed against one wall, the window in the wrong place for good light, the nightstand cramped between mattress and radiator. Even the angle of the tiny glowing rectangle matched where he habitually left his laptop. The lines on the display pulsed faintly, as if updating. His throat went dry. Movement tugged at the edge of his vision. Something shifted in the darkness just beyond the frame of the control panel. At first, he thought it was a shadow sliding across the back wall. Then the shape leaned into the spill of light, resolving into something much more specific. A hand emerged from the dark. It was skeletal, but not in the clean, ivory way of textbook diagrams. The bones were coated in a thin layer of dried red dust, clinging to each segment like a second skin, settling thicker in the hollows between knuckles. Where the bones met, tiny metal pins gleamed, articulated joints keeping them aligned. The whole thing moved with a terrible, smooth precision, a machine imitating a hand, or a hand that had been repaired with machine parts. It reached for the edge of the door from the inside. The long fingers wrapped around the metal with deliberate slowness, each joint bending in sequence. The tips dug into the surface ever so slightly, as if testing its give. Then the hand pulled, not to open the door wider, but to hold it as it was. The crack did not widen. If anything, it closed a hair, as if whatever was inside was not yet ready to let the corridor see all of it. Beyond the knuckles, in the strip of darkness, the door refused to surrender. Something larger lurked. He could not see it. He could only feel that the hand was connected to more. An arm, a body, an intention. The air pulsing out of that gap grew colder still. The sounds around him, which had been a consistent backdrop until now, surged. The gentle ticking from behind the door, the one that had been keeping patient time, suddenly accelerated. Tock, 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 tock. The rhythm climbed into something close to a rapid beeping, the kind a monitor makes when the line it watches starts to spike. The low hum in the corridor rose along with it, climbing the scale until it settled into a high, teeth-vibrating tone. It was not quite audible and not quite vibration, living somewhere between. It crawled up through his feet, into his shins, into his jaw. His molars ached with it. From somewhere far down the corridor, or perhaps from above, or below, or inside the door, a level where gravity did not matter, a faint alarm began to bleed into the soundscape. It was not a shrieking siren, but a distant, looping whoop, the kind used inside facilities to signal lockdowns or breaches. Muffled by stone, it still carried the unmistakable pattern of warning. The hand on the door moved again. The index finger, dust-filmed and jointed with dull metal, began to uncurl from the edge. It lifted, slow as a second hand on a clock, bending back toward him. The motion had the unmistakable grammar of a gesture. Come closer. The other fingers tightened their grip, keeping the door at the same reluctant angle. Evan's hand, the one still on the handle, tingled with cold. For a moment, the two grips seemed part of the same mechanism. His on the outside, the red-coated bones on the inside. It felt horribly like shaking hands with something through a barrier neither of them had built. The finger continued to curl. He could see dust flake off at the knuckle, drifting down, catching what little light there was. The alarm outside the frame of his perception looped again, closer this time. His own heart hammered against his ribs, trying to match the frantic beeping behind the door. Just before the gesture completed, before that finger could finish its invitation, before the hand could point directly at him or crook in a full beckon, something tugged hard at the base of his spine. The corridor, the door, the hand, the niches, the hum, all of it snapped away like scenery jerked off a stage. He woke with a violent lurch, as if he had been dropped from a height of a few centimeters straight down into his own body. His heart was a drum gone rogue in his chest. His lungs dragged in air so fast they burned. The dim rectangle of his bedroom rushed back around him. The impression of the window, the outline of the dresser, the familiar sag of the mattress under his back. He was half sitting, half reclining against the headboard, The sheets were twisted around his legs, one corner pulled almost completely off the bed. Sweat had cooled on his skin, leaving a clammy film. His fingers were clenched so hard around something that they ached. He looked down. The laptop was on his chest, warm against his sternum. One of his hands gripped the side of it, as if he had been holding on to keep it from sliding off. The lid was open. The screen's light was turned down low, but not off. His reflection hovered faintly over whatever was displayed, ghosting his own features into the image. He blinked until his eyes adjusted. The program filling the screen was not his usual media player, or his email, or the editing software he used for screenshots. It looked like some kind of simulation interface. Gray panels, a horizon line, metrics scrolling in small text along the bottom. At the center of the frame was a rendered corridor. It was narrower and cleaner than the place he had just left, its walls smoother, its lighting more clinical. But the shape was the same, a long, straight hallway, proportions tight enough that a person could reach from wall to wall. At the far end stood a door set into the bulkhead. The door was closed. No dust streaks, no old logos, half scraped. Just a metal panel with a plaque bolted at eye level. The simulation's resolution was high enough that, even from this mid-range view, he could read the text stamped into it. The letters were crisp, unmarred by corrosion or age. His last name, spelled perfectly, sat there in the simulated light, waiting. By the following afternoon, the dream had settled into him like sediment in a glass of water. It drifted there, fine and ever-present, ready to cloud everything when disturbed. Evan moved through his apartment on autopilot, making coffee, opening blinds, answering a few obligatory emails, but his mind kept circling back to one image more than any other. The little top-down diagram on that control panel, the one that had looked exactly like his bedroom. Rooms, he realized, had become the problem, or the hook, or both. He sat back down at his desk as gray light seeped in through the window, and instead of opening work documents, he opened a browser and started typing. Mars Habitat Concept, he wrote. NASA Sleeping Quarters Design. Mars Base Crew Module Interior. The search results flooded with images, glossy press renders, engineering diagrams, slides from conference presentations, speculative art posted by hopeful interns. He clicked one at random. A long, narrow room appeared on his screen, rendered in soft 3D. A bed was built into the left wall, a simple rectangular slab with a thin mattress and a strap across it. At the far end, centered on the wall opposite the door, was a round porthole window showing a red, dusty horizon. On the right side, a fold-down console with a chair, a small shelf, a glowing screen. He sat with that for a moment, then glanced over his shoulder at his own bedroom. His bed, pushed against the left wall. His window, not a porthole, but centered on the far wall. A cheap desk to the right, chair squeaking, laptop lit. The similarity prickled. Not exact, but close enough that his brain did what it always did. Aligned the patterns, filled in the gaps. He went back to the search results and clicked another image. This one was an older NASA concept, grainier, like it had been scanned from a slide. Again, narrow room, bed to the left, small window straight ahead, a sort of workstation to the right. He flipped to a glossy piece of sci-fi concept art, unrelated to any mission, a red-lit bunk room on a hypothetical Mars base. Two stacked bunks on the left, a square window at the end showing stars and dust, control panels on the right. His fingers drummed on the keyboard, an unconscious tapping that matched the irregular rhythm of a garbage truck rumbling down the street outside. The truck's engine growled and whined, hydraulics hissing as it swallowed bins, then rolled on. Someone yelled half-heartedly in the distance, the brief edge of an argument cut off by a slammed car door. A dog barked twice, offended by something only dogs understood, and then fell quiet. Inside the apartment, the sounds were smaller. The plastic keys under his fingers clicked softly as he typed and retyped search phrases, refining them, chasing specific room dimensions. His chair creaked whenever he shifted his weight, a familiar complaint from old wood and tired screws. Once, the fridge coughed itself awake and rumbled for a few minutes, then sank back into its low, steady hum. He opened a new document and sketched his apartment's floor plan from memory. Crude rectangles and lines. Door here, bed here, window there, desk in this corner, kitchen, a cramped offshoot. Then he hunted down a blueprint-like rendering of one of the habitat modules he had found, the kind with measurements along the sides and labels for every compartment. He saved the Mars layout, then layered it over his own in a simple graphics program. The dimensions, thank God, were not exact. His bedroom was a little wider, proportionally. His window slightly off-center. The habitat drawing had clean angles and symmetrical placements. His life, as reflected in rectangles, was messier. But when he reduced the opacity of the top layer and aligned them, doorway to doorway, bed to bed, the harmony between the two was undeniable. The bed in the Mars module, once resized, lay almost perfectly on top of his own. The window in the concept art hovered roughly where his real window did. The console area in the drawing overlapped his desk and nightstand, a block of human at work and at rest embedded in the same corner. He stared at the overlap until his eyes stung. The more he toggled layers on and off, the more the lines ghosted together in his mind. Two different designs, born years apart from unrelated people, and yet they both fell back into the same simple pattern. Body against one wall, small rectangle of outside world opposite, flickering light of a screen to the right. It could be nothing. Of course, it could be nothing. Human beings built rooms in ways that made sense for human bodies. Beds went against walls. Windows went on the sides that would let in the most or least light. Desks faced whatever offered the least glare. Architects and artists alike reused layouts because certain shapes just worked. He tried to reassure himself with that logic, but it landed with less weight than he wanted. He dug deeper. He found an interactive rover panorama from a mission, the kind where you could click and drag to look around the Martian landscape from the rover's point of view. He let the horizon spin slowly until something other than rock broke the monotony. There, far off, was what the caption described as instrument housing. To his eyes, it looked more like a low, boxy structure that had no business being in the middle of nowhere. Half buried in a rise of dust, the shape crouched at the edge of the frame. Its exterior was coated in the same red powder that painted everything else, but the angles were too clean for geology. One side faced the rover, a flat plane interrupted by a single dark rectangle near the top, a window, or an access panel. From this distance, it was hard to tell. The rectangle reflected nothing. No sky, no horizon, no glint of the rover's own camera. It was a pit of black in a sea of red, swallowing light without comment. He took a screenshot of that distant structure, cropped it, and dropped it into his already cluttered document. Then, Almost apologetically, he dragged his apartment floor plan over it, rotating and resizing until the proportions of the building's footprint and his living space found a rhythm. They did not snap into place like puzzle pieces. There were offsets, strange angles, scale problems. But the ratio, the length to width, the placement of that dark rectangle on the wall felt uncomfortably familiar. When he drew a quick rectangle where his window should be, it hovered only a little off from the unknown panel on the Martian object. His chair creaked as he leaned back, the sound loud in the otherwise quiet room. He let his head fall against the battered cushion and stared at the ceiling while his hands rested on either side of the keyboard. Was this all just pattern-hungry neurons doing what they always did? The same part of him that found skulls and rocks now finding his apartment in a data module? People had a limited toolbox for designing spaces where people could sleep and work. Of course, a lot of those designs would converge on similar solutions. Of course, a concept artist who grew up in a narrow bedroom might unconsciously replicate its layout when asked to imagine a Mars bunk. And yet, he thought about the soldier's story. The chambers carved into stone, the orderly rows of things that might be remains. He thought about the dream corridor, the named door, the simulation on his chest when he woke. He thought about all the concept images he had scrolled past over the years, late at night, with his brain half sedated by sleep aids and narration, his eyes absorbing blueprints of rooms he would never inhabit and forgetting them on purpose. What if some of those blueprints had never been pure speculation? What if, buried in conference slides and screenshot folders and fan art, there were echoes of layouts translated from real places, from facilities whose existence would never appear in a press release? People reused patterns because they worked, but maybe the patterns had been seeded from somewhere beneath the official story. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe it was human habit. Or maybe, he thought, as he traced the outline of his own bedroom for the fourth time that day, there was a deeper echo at work. A quiet resonance between their way of stacking bodies in boxes here and the way someone, somewhere else, had once arranged rows of niches in walls below a red sky. When the sun slid down far enough that the gray outside his window deepened toward blue, Evan gave up pretending he was done with the audio. Rooms and blueprints had filled most of his afternoon. Now the pull came from the other direction, back toward the humming gaps between someone else's sentences. He opened the old .wav again, the soldier's confession sitting in his downloads like an unlabeled file that should have been deleted and never was. The spectrogram tool loaded beside it, remembering his last settings. Colored bands and streaks awaited him, paused mid-chaos. Last time, he had gone hunting for silhouettes and found them. A head, a bent spine, shapes that looked like bone drawn in sound. Today, his focus shifted. As he scrubbed through to the sections where certain phrases lived, below ground, sleep quarters, bones. He watched for something else, not figures, but structures. He hit play and let the spectrogram scroll, his eyes tracking the transforms. The soldier's voice painted broad horizontal smears in the middle frequencies. The ever-present machinery hum clung low like a dark tide. Static burst up in vertical flares. In the blanks, where proper nouns had been cut out, the odd forest of lines appeared again. He paused over one of those gaps, the one just after the man said, "They kept most of it below ground, in," and the rest dissolved into hiss. Within that rectangular slice of noise, thin bands and dots clustered in repeating formations. He rotated the view 90 degrees, more out of boredom than intention. The pattern changed. Turned on its side, the vertical lines became horizontal. The denser clusters took on a different logic, no longer looking like fence posts, but like walls and junctions. He tilted his head, squinting at the screen. There was a thick band running along one edge of the slice, with smaller offshoots branching out at right angles. Along the inside of that main band, tiny breaks and squares punctuated the length, regular interruptions that could have been doors. The offshoots terminated in rounded shapes, like cul-de-sacs. A corridor with rooms. His mind supplied before he could stop it. He told himself to be careful, to remember how quickly the brain turned clouds into castles. Still, he could not unsee it. He grabbed a screenshot of that rotated slice and pulled it into his graphics program. Laying it out next to the apartment floor plan he had dragged from an old landlord email. The real blueprint was a simple black and white line drawing, rectangles of varying sizes, doors marked with arcs, his unit boxed into one corner of a tired building. He scaled the spectrogram image down, its faint colors paling as he reduced opacity. The outline of sound-derived walls hovered over the architectural lines. When he nudged them, aligning the thick band with his apartment's long hallway, the resemblance grew teeth. One branch in the sound slice, a short horizontal protrusion near the middle, lined up almost perfectly with the node representing his bedroom. Tiny gaps in the bright band sat where the door to his bathroom would be, where the opening into the kitchen fell. At the end of the main street, a denser cluster of marks coincided with the corner where the building's stairwell, according to the blueprint, wrapped itself. It was not exact. The scale was off by a few pixels here, a few there. The angles on the spectrogram were not as crisp, but the proportions, the relationships, that was what made his tongue stick to the roof of his mouth. It was like placing tracing paper over a drawing too many times until the pencil marks fused. As he clicked and dragged, inching one ghost map over another, the room around him seemed a way in. The low rumble that lived in the walls most days, the distant elevator, the plumbing, the HVAC, felt as if it were gathering itself. It deepened, thickened, coalesced into a single slow vibration that crawled up the legs of his chair. The window pane emitted a tiny, almost inaudible shiver, glass flexing against its frame. Above his head, footsteps began. They were not the usual random impacts of a neighbor's daily life. No quick, aimless stomps, no irregular bursts of running. This was pacing. A steady, measured walk back and forth, each footfall landing at almost the exact same interval as the movements of his mouse hand. Forward, click, distant step. Backward, drag, heel on floorboards. The rhythm twinned his actions so precisely that for a moment, he had the absurd sensation that whoever was up there could see his cursor and was matching it. He told himself it was a trick of attention, that the footsteps had been going on for some time and he had only now locked onto them. But when he lifted his hand entirely from the mouse, letting it hover above the plastic, the sound above slowed and then stopped. The silence that followed sat on his shoulders. He swallowed and forced his focus back to the screen. What if this, he thought, was not random noise at all? What if someone with access to recording equipment and too much caution had chosen the only hiding place left to them, the gaps no one was supposed to listen to? The soldiers' pauses, the points where static intruded, could be cuts, or they could be containers, spaces where a second message had been smuggled in. not in words that anyone could transcribe, but in patterns that only showed themselves when converted into another medium. Frequency to color, color to shape, shape to map. The idea felt more like a story prompt than a real hypothesis, and yet it made a terrible kind of sense. If you wanted to move a diagram through a channel monitored for key phrases and coordinates, you could lace it into the noise. Let the official transcript scrub the speech, then let someone with the right tools reconstruct the layout from the residue. He shifted the spectrogram snippet again, overlaying it more precisely on the blueprint. The lights from his monitor painted his fingers in cool, artificial blue. Tiny, sweat-slick ridges of his fingertips slipped on the plastic of the mouse, leaving smudges. The building around him made its opinion known. The humming in the walls narrowed, focusing into a band of sound so specific that his ears felt both full and empty at once. It sat there, right on the edge of hearing, like a test tone. The drywall to his left gave a soft pop, as if something inside it had expanded. The picture frame that had rattled earlier trembled once more on its nail, a tick that coincided with a bright point on the spectrogram image. Above, the footsteps resumed. They moved slowly now, heel to toe, tracing a rectangle that felt eerily like the perimeter of the room directly overhead. The tempo of the steps was steady, almost calming, but the fact that they seemed to pause exactly when his cursor stopped over certain parts of the map turned that potential comfort into pressure. He stared at the overlapping outlines, the building and the noise-made structure sharing the same plane. The thought came unbidden. What if the spectrogram was not just a map of somewhere else? What if it described a structure that existed in more than one place at once? A layout stamped onto red rock and poured into concrete here. The same blueprint projected across different coordinates. A hallway of niches below someone's outpost. A hallway of apartments in his city. Rooms copied from some original underneath a red sky. Repeated in rent-controlled patterns across Earth. As if architects were unconsciously echoing a design they had never been supposed to see, but had seen anyway. In press releases, in concept art, in still frames from videos that flickered on televisions late at night. His breathing had gone shallow. He only noticed when his chest began to ache faintly, his ribs complaining. He forced a longer inhale, but even that felt monitored, like he was matching tempo with something else in the building. The corners of the room, especially the one where the ceiling and the outer wall met, seemed to gather shadow despite the steady light from the screen. A sensation of being watched crept in, but not from the obvious places, not from the window, or the doorway, or even the wall behind his bed. It felt like eyes in every hard angle, in the corner where the paint had cracked, in the square of the vent, in the small gap under the closet door. The static-derived map on the screen, with its rooms and corridors, began to feel less like a tool and more like a scan someone else had run on his life years ago. He did not know if he was imagining it. He hoped he was. But as he hovered his cursor over the spot where, in both the blueprint and the spectrogram, his bedroom lay, a soft, almost inaudible sound brushed the edge of his hearing. It was not a footstep or a knock. It was the quiet, patient inhale of something in the walls, very close, matching his breath, half a beat late. By the time night folded itself over the city again, Evan had decided that if he could not stop the sounds, he could at least try to catch them. He needed something that existed outside his own head, a line on a graph, a block of data, proof that the knocks and whispers and dragging were not just the byproduct of a brain running on fumes. He downloaded a free audio program, the kind made for podcasters and bedroom musicians. It opened with the reassuring simplicity of sliders and meters. He selected the laptop's built-in microphone, tested it by snapping his fingers near the keyboard. On screen, the waveform jumped obediently with each snap, translating air into jagged peaks and valleys. He set the input level just high enough to catch the softest sounds without clipping, then pulled the laptop onto the nightstand next to his bed. The screen's glow lit the glass of water there, throwing a rectangle of pale light across the surface. He positioned the machine so that the microphone pointed vaguely toward the room's center, like an ear laid flat. In the hallway outside, someone's door closed with a muffled thud. A car whispered past on the street below, tires on asphalt. The fridge in the kitchenette coughed, then roared quietly to life. The compressor buzzed, filling in the lower frequencies of the apartment's song. He clicked the red circle. The recording began, the timer ticking up from Mauro Zorro. For a moment, he sat upright on the edge of the bed, listening to the nothing he hoped would turn into something. The software's real-time graph scrolled along, a thin blue line jittering gently with the ambient noise. The room had its own voice, it turned out, even when he did not speak. He set the laptop screen to dim, but not sleep. A soft, low light washed the corner of the room, leaving the rest in shadow. Then he slid under the blankets, stretched out on his back, and tried not to think too hard about the fact that he was voluntarily giving the space permission to talk all night. At first, all the sounds were familiar. The fridge cycled off, leaving a brief hollow in the frequencies that his ears struggled to fill. A car door slammed somewhere outside, distant enough to be dull. Pipes ticked in the wall as hot water from some other apartment cooled in their veins. The building settled with tiny creaks as temperatures shifted. He lay there and cataloged each one, naming them in his head like old neighbors. The hum from the streetlight outside. The faint buzz of his phone charging on the floor. The clock's patient plastic tick. The more he labeled, the calmer he felt. Recorded or not, these noises had always been here. He had simply not been listening this hard. At some point, the catalog blurred. His hearing drifted out of focus, like a camera that refused to settle on any one object. Thoughts rose and sank in a slow, disorganized tide. The ceiling's outline softened, then vanished altogether. A thin gray slip of half-sleep eased over him, not deep enough to pull him under, but enough to dull the edges of the world. He did not know how much time passed before the change came. It was not a sound at first. It was the absence of sound. He woke without opening his eyes, the way you sometimes surface from a dream, when the dream's background music suddenly cuts. The fridge was quiet. The distant traffic had thinned out to nothing. Even the clock seemed to hesitate between ticks. The silence in the room felt thick, not peaceful, like a held breath. He stayed very still, listening. From under the floor, somewhere below the center of his bed, came a faint friction sound. It was not loud. If he had been fully awake, moving around, he might have missed it entirely. It sounded like something heavy and resistant being dragged slowly across concrete. A drawn-out, low scrape, textured with grit. The noise rose up through the mattress frame, more felt in his bones than heard in his ears. The dragging came 3 times. Scrape. Pause. Scrape, pause, scrape, then silence. His heart had found its hammer speed again, punching against his ribs. He realized he was holding his breath and forced himself not to gasp. The air in the room felt stale, as if the space under the floor and the space above it were sharing the same small supply. The scraping resumed, closer this time. 3 more drags, each one shorter, as if whatever made them was running out of room. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The vibrations traveled directly up into the metal supports of the bed. He pictured something being pulled along the underside of the building, aligning itself with the footprint of his room. Then it stopped. Right beneath him, for a few terrible seconds, there was absolutely nothing. No pipes cooling, no car outside, no wind against the window. Even the rain, which had threatened earlier in the evening, seemed to have reconsidered. The first knock was so soft, he almost doubted it. A hollow, measured tap that did not match wood. It was too resonant, too deep. It sounded like knuckles against metal, embedded under layers of something. A second knock followed, exact in pace and tone, then a third. 3 slow notes, spaced with the kind of care people only use when they know someone is listening on the other side. The knocks seemed to come from directly below the bed frame, just offset from where his head rested. He could feel them in his spine more than his ears, each one sending a faint tremor up through the mattress, along the length of his body. He felt suddenly as fragile as the glass of water on his nightstand, balanced and waiting for one wrong vibration. He did not move. He did not speak. He counted out the seconds afterward like a mantra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, waiting for another sound. None came. Gradually, the room's normal noises bled back in. A distant car, the fridge stumbling awake, the clock, as if embarrassed by its lapse, ticking with renewed vigor. Eventually, exhaustion overruled fear. His muscles unwound by degrees. His mind drifted away from the pressure at the base of his skull. Sleep crept in again, not as a mercy, but as a reflex. Morning light was thin and anemic when it slipped past the blinds. His throat felt raw, like he had spent the night swallowing dust. The laptop still perched on the nightstand, recording software open, timer stopped at some ungodly hour. The file sat in the project window, a long block of sound stretching across the timeline. He dragged himself upright, every movement a quiet argument against the weight of the night, and opened the file fully. The waveform zoomed out, a long, thin ribbon of noise. He scrubbed through, listening to himself shift in the bed, to the compressor cycles, to the occasional car. Nothing more dramatic than a memory until he reached a segment where the peaks grew a little sharper. There. The 3 drags appeared as low, sloping humps, their edges feathered. The knocks followed, 3 discrete spikes, evenly spaced, standing out against the fuzz. He played that section over and over, listening, confirming what he had felt. The sound was there. The recording had caught it. He was not inventing that part. On the 5th or 6th replay, he realized he was hearing something else layered beneath the obvious. During the drags and the knocks, under the noise of old pipes and the faint hiss of the microphone, another texture lurked. He boosted the volume slightly and brought up the gain on the mid-range frequencies. A voice emerged, not fully, but enough to shape the gaps. It was the soldier's voice, not in the same cadence as the original file, not speaking any of the sentences Evan remembered. This was quieter, closer, as if the man were standing at the foot of the bed, murmuring into the microphone of a recorder he did not know was on. "Same room," the voice whispered. The words were stretched, silted with static. Same room, same room. The phrase repeated, barely audible, riding the tail of each drag, curling around each knock. It didn't sound like a loop from the original confession. It sounded like something new, improvised, raw. He checked his playback history, his open programs. The soldier's file had not been touched since early evening. No other audio sources showed in the system log during the recording window. The only thing that should have been captured was the room itself. His skin crawled. He let the recording run past the knocks, into the long stretch leading toward dawn. Outside, on the UI's little clock, the time marker crept closer to morning. In the audio, the building gradually came awake. A door closing somewhere, a toilet flushing far below, the first half-hearted car engines turning over in the street. Birdsong entered the track, thin and hesitant, from somewhere near the window. That delicate chorus of chirps and trills should have been comforting. It was not. As the birds called, a second voice slid into the recording, higher than the soldier's, thinner, as if it came from a narrower throat. It did not speak over him. It wove around his last whispered, "Same room," threading between the syllables. The microphone barely caught it. Evan had to crank the volume and lean in, breath held, to pick it out. It said his full name. Not a mangled approximation, not a mispronounced cluster of syllables. It was spoken perfectly, with the flat, matter-of-fact certainty of someone reading it off a list. Hearing your name out loud in an empty room is always unsettling. Hearing it come from a recording taken while you slept, in a voice that belongs to no one you know, is something else entirely. The sound of it hung at the end of the file, just before the first car horn of the day, like a signature scratched into the foundation of his night. By the end of the week, his desktop looked like a crime scene. Not the dramatic kind, with red string and photographs, but the quieter digital version. Icons scattered in no pattern that made sense to anyone but whoever had put them there. Screenshots of skull-shaped rocks, overlapping floor plans, cropped spectrograms labeled Gap 3 Zoom, and Bone Shape Maybe. Audio files with names that had started technical and grown increasingly unhinged. Night, Record 2, Underfloor, Knox, Soldier, Layer, Mix. He sat in the half-light of late afternoon. Monitor glow reflected faintly in the dark window and tried to tidy it up. If he could just organize the madness, maybe it would feel less like it owned him. He dragged a few related images into a new folder called Mars Sheer Rocks, tossed the spectrogram screenshots into another labeled Audio Study. As he clicked and sorted, the icons rearranged themselves in small jumps, filling the gaps left behind. It was a small, stupid comfort. This sense that something in his world still obeyed simple rules. In the middle of that shifting grid, a folder name caught his eye. Evan, Quarters Log. He paused the motion of his hand in mid-drag. The icon he had been moving hovering over the desktop like it too, suddenly did not want to cover that name. The folder was a pale rectangle, like all the others. No special icon, no color change. It sat slightly apart from his usual clutter, as if it had landed there carefully. He did not remember creating it. He right-clicked, fingers suddenly clumsy, and pulled up the properties. A little window popped into existence, bland and informative. Name: Evan Quarters. Log date: created 3 days ago, 3 a.m. Modified: today's date, 0:00 a.m. Size: His eyes stuck on the timestamp. 3 days ago. 3 a.m. The same hour that kept threading through things. The future modified file. The waking in the half-dream corridor. The numbers on the clock beside his bed had glowed that same combination more than once now, like a tag on whatever was happening. He could feel his heartbeat in his fingertips. The rational response would have been to delete it, drag it to the trash, empty the bin, run a scan, tell himself he was cleaning up some weird auto-generated system folder. But curiosity and dread were braided too tightly together by this point. He double-clicked. The folder opened into a list of files neatly arranged, more orderly than anything he had made himself. A row of small text document icons sat at the top, named with incremental simplicity. COL 01, COL 02, COL 003. Below them, a scattering of image files. Quarters Cam 1, Quarters Cam 2, Hall Cam 3, Hall Cam 4. Each file name was stamped with the same careful uppercase, a style that made him think of checklists and mission reports. He hesitated, then clicked SOL 01. The text document expanded in a plain window, no formatting beyond the default font. At first glance, it could have been a log entry for anything: a warehouse, a ship, a lab. The tone was dry and stripped of personality. Sol 001, quarters observation. Log local cycle, 001 module. Hab quarters, 3B status, nominal wake cycle, initiated at 0630 HAB time. Environmental checks within acceptable parameters. OXY level, green. Pressure differential, stable. External surface temperature, 53 C. Localized dust activity moderate, no breach indicators. Occupant EVAN present within assigned quarters at wake. Rest duration, 3.1 hours. Fragmented. Physiological indicators. Elevated heart rate. Variable breathing patterns consistent with incomplete REM episodes. Behavioral note. Subject EVAN continues to exhibit insomnia and fixation on surface anomalies. Visual attention repeatedly drawn to archived rover imagery and unauthorized interpretive media. Subject initiates self-directed analysis of image artifacts beyond assigned role scope. Recommend monitor for escalation of sleep deprivation symptoms. No corrective intervention authorized at this time. Observation only. He read the paragraph twice, then a third time, each pass scraping a little more skin off the moment. The words were clinical, almost bored. They described his last few nights with a precision that felt invasive and weirdly mechanical. Rest duration, variable breathing patterns, fixation on surface anomalies. It was like reading a write-up of himself from a stranger's clipboard. EVAN. He saw his name in that stuttered, hyphenated form and felt his stomach turn. It was close enough that no one could deny the match. The hyphen made it worse somehow, as if someone had broken him into components, EV and AN, and slotted him into an existing naming convention. Subject EVAN, filed between DT11 and JR04. His chair creaked as he leaned back, the sound too loud in the quiet room. Outside, a delivery truck rattled past, scattering an echo of loose metal and muffled bass. Somewhere in the building, a door latch clicked. The ordinary life of the street and the block went on, unaware or uninterested that, on his screen, someone had already decided his behavior was an object of study. He forced himself to look for seams. A prank, he told himself. Some elaborate alternate reality game he had stumbled into by typing the wrong keyword into a forum. Maybe the soldier's audio had been part of it, a trail of breadcrumbs leading the overinvested into fake logs and fabricated maps. People built interactive horror experiences like that. He had seen videos, watch streamers pick apart puzzles built into websites and hidden files. If that was what this was, he should have seen some sign of it. Browser pop-ups, strange new processes in his task manager, a cheerful virus alert warning of unauthorized changes. He tabbed away and opened his system monitor. CPU usage hovered at its usual trickle. No unknown programs ate resources in the background. His antivirus history showed the last scan as clean. He went back to the text. The style nagged at him. It did not read like the language of an enthusiastic game designer. There were no dramatic flourishes, no ominous capitalized terms meant to make the reader shiver. It read exactly like the bland, bureaucratic reports he had skimmed once when he followed a link to NASA's public mission logs at 3 a.m. A series of data points, context, and recommendations written as if humans were just another system to record. He scrolled down, half expecting the tone to collapse into some winking reveal. The rest of SOL Darrow 1 continued in the same voice. It mentioned scheduled external EVA canceled due to localized dust surge near Site Delta. It noted that HAB Quarters 3B occupant remained in module for full cycle, engaging in low-level digital activity and repeated review of anomaly footage. No names, no dramatic declarations, just observations, time-stamped and filed. The phrase, "in module for full cycle," snagged him. He looked at the timestamp at the top of the entry. The local cycle number meant nothing to him, but the equivalent Earth time the system had thoughtfully appended in small text did. It matched, almost exactly, the day he had spent inside his apartment last week, never stepping outside, even to check the mail. Eyes red from moving between videos and spectrograms and floor plans until night fell. He had joked to himself, at some point around midnight, that he was acting like someone in a tiny capsule on an endless red desert, refusing to open the hatch. Apparently, someone, or something, had agreed. A faint pressure built behind his eyes, as if his brain was trying to swell enough to make room for all of this, and the skull was resisting. He closed the document, the bland window snapping out of existence with a soft blink. Back in the Even Quarters log folder, Sol 02 and Sol 03 waited patiently. He could see their modified dates, each stamped at 03:00 a.m. on consecutive days. The image files below them, Quarters, Cam 1, Hall Cam 3, sat with their own timestamps, neat rows of surveillance by another name. He did not open them. Not yet. Instead, he sat staring at the folder name at the top of the window, the underscore cutting his identity into compartments. Evan Quarters log. Not Evan's log. Not bedroom recordings. It framed his existence as a module, a node in a larger system, a set of quarters assigned to subject Evian. On the street outside, a bus sighed to a stop and exhaled its passengers. Someone laughed briefly, the sound drifting up through the partially opened window before being swallowed by the usual city murmur. Inside, the only noise was the soft, rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the edge of the desk, as if some part of him were trying to test whether his body still belonged entirely to him and not to whoever had started filing reports from 3 a.m. on. Eventually, curiosity pushed past the thin membrane of his self-preservation. It always did. Evan let his cursor drift down from the SOL logs to the first image file, the one sitting at the top of the stack like a baited hook. Quarters, Cam, 1 month JPG. The name was bland, almost comforting. Camera feeds were mundane things, security systems, baby monitors, bored pets staring into lenses while their owners worked. He double-clicked. The image opened in his default viewer, expanding into a grainy black and white still. At first glance, it could have been a frame from any low-budget science fiction series. A small rectangular room took up most of the composition, shot from a high corner angle, as if the camera were mounted near the ceiling. A bed ran along the left wall, narrow and neatly made. A window occupied the far wall, a simple square emitting a washed-out gray. On the right, a compact desk held a small screen, its glow rendered as a bright smudge. He let his eyes wander over the scene with the detached gaze of someone inspecting a set, noting the generic choices. Sparse furniture, clean lines, no clutter. It resembled the Mars habitat mock-ups he had been scrolling through earlier. Functional, compact, designed to keep a human alive without giving them much to distract themselves with. Then he noticed the lamp. It sat on a nightstand next to the bed, its neck bent at a familiar angle. The shade was slightly off-center, leaning just a little to the right, like it had been knocked once and never properly straightened. The bulb, though blown out to white in the still, clearly aimed toward the wall, not the bed. It was the same tilt his own lamp had acquired months ago when he had bumped it with his shoulder and promised himself he would fix it later. He leaned closer to the screen, pulse picking up. On the edge of the nightstand, just where his own nightstand bore the scar of a dropped mug, there was a chip, a small, shallow bite taken out of the surface, exposing a lighter layer beneath the darker finish. The shape of it, a rough crescent with a tiny point at one end, was so specific that his stomach dropped. He had learned to avoid resting anything heavy on that corner for fear of making it worse. The pillow on the bed carried a crease down the middle, a long depression where a head had lain. The line did not run straight. It curved slightly, dipping lower on one side, where he tended to collapse his weight when he forgot to flip it. The sheet beneath was not perfectly smooth either. A familiar wrinkle pulled diagonally from the bottom left corner toward the center, a ghost of the way he dragged the blanket when he turned. The more details he picked out, the less the room on the screen felt like a set, and the more it felt uncomfortably like his own, seen from an angle he had never witnessed. The graininess gave it the texture of memory, as if someone had taken his bedroom and run it through a filter for declassified archive footage. His throat was dry. He closed the image with a quick, shaky click and dropped back into the folder window. The next file down stared at him. Hall Cam 3 JPG. If the first one had been an invasion, this felt like a dare. He opened it before he could talk himself out of it. The frame that appeared was darker, higher contrast. A narrow corridor filled most of it, the camera positioned at one end, looking straight down its length. The walls were rough and striated, carved from something that looked like stone packed with fine layers. The texture was eerily familiar. Horizontal bands, like compressed centuries, interrupted by shallow recesses on either side. The niches. They lined the corridor walls, soft rectangles bitten into the stone at regular intervals. Some were empty shadows. Others seemed to hold indistinct shapes. Bundles, piles, things that might have been fabric or might have been something else entirely. The black and white rendering stripped away the red from his dream memory, but the structure remained. A hallway of openings ready to hold whatever someone chose to slot into them. At the far end, occupying the entire vertical space of the frame, was a door. It was metal, its surface worn and lighter than the surrounding rock, the central panel reflecting the camera's faint light. Mounted at eye level was a plaque. The resolution blurred the text into a smudge of lighter gray. He could not read the letters, but the plaque's width, height, and placement, off to one side of the door handle, tilted at the same slight angle he remembered from his dream, were all exactly right. He stared until his eyes watered, willing the smudge to resolve. It did not, but he could see that the length of the text line matched his surname's character count. Not too short, not too long. A bar of light where a familiar sequence might be. The building chose that moment to make itself known. The plumbing in the wall to his right issued a long, strained groan, like a pipe clearing its throat after years of not being asked to speak. The sound echoed in the metal, climbing in pitch before settling back into a sulky hum. It vibrated the air near his ear in a way that made him want to apologize. Out in the hallway, someone's footsteps pounded past his door. Rapid, not quite a run, more like a hurried walk. The steps reached his doorway and then stopped abruptly, as if the person had reached his apartment, remembered something important, and turned silently away, or had simply vanished. Evan alt-tabbed away from the image long enough to right-click on Hall Cam 3 and bring up its properties. The XCF data, usually a graveyard of camera settings he never paid attention to, stared back at him in neat, unforgiving lines. Date taken, 28/7/03/14/03 Device, Mrs. Court. Cam 07 software, Mrs. Log Suite, V442. He scrolled. Quarters, Cam 1, bore similar metadata. Date taken, 20/87/03/13/03000. Device, Mrs. Court, Cam 07. The date snagged in his mind and held. Decades ahead of the year glowing at the bottom right of his monitor. The same hour again, the same synchronized moment that had begun to stitch his nights together. The device label chilled him more than the timestamps. Mrs. Court. Cam sounded like shorthand, the kind text scratched on inventory sheets. Mars quarters, camera, hab monitoring, something like that. His first instinct was to assume forgery. Anyone could fake XEF data. There were tutorials online. An elaborate alternate reality game, he reminded himself. Someone had built a narrative, hidden files, messed with his machine. Maybe the soldier's audio, the logs, the images. They were all chapters in a clever horror experience. If so, whoever designed it had either gotten their hands on real footage of his room or broken into his apartment with a camera. That thought loosened his sense of self from his body by a few centimeters. He stood up abruptly, chair squeaking backwards. The real room loomed around him, suddenly both too large and too small. He turned in place, taking inventory as if he were the one writing a log. Bed against the left wall. Nightstand with the chipped corner. Lamp with the bent neck. Window bleeding in the colorless light of another gray evening. Desk to the right. Laptop on it. Screen displaying a corridor that did not belong on Earth. He stepped closer to the nightstand and ran his fingers along the chipped edge. The gouge was still there, rough and shallow. He squeezed the lamp's neck, feeling the give where the internal joint had loosened. The familiarity of the objects did not comfort him. If anything, it made the images worse. They were not generic approximations. They were precise enough that only someone intimately acquainted with this clutter could have rendered them. He sat back down slowly and returned to quarters cam 1. Up close, he noticed things he had missed. The scuff mark on the floor, where he had dragged a chair one too many times. The faint circle on the nightstand where a hot mug had once rested without a coaster. The way the blind slats sat unevenly, one slightly bent from being pulled too hard. The details were wrong for a stage. They were the kind of flaws that came from living in a space, not building it. He opened the other hall images, Hall Cam 4, Hall Cam 2. Each showed the corridor from slightly different angles. In one, a niche closer to the camera's position held something more distinctly shaped, a curve and hollow that made his stomach twist. In another, the door plaque was at a different focal point, no clearer, but undeniably the same piece of metal. Surreal detachment crept in, a kind of shock that did not manifest as panic, but as a strange, floating calm. He watched himself move the mouse, open files, close them, like someone observing a character in a film. He heard his own breath, measured and quieter than it felt from inside his chest. The possibilities lined up in front of him, none of them appealing. Either someone had forged incredibly detailed images of his room and a corridor from his dreams, seeded them onto his computer with impossible timestamps and meticulously edited XCF data as part of some game he had never signed up for. Or he was seeing something else, a version of his space that existed elsewhere, on another world, in another time, in a simulation running parallel to his life, close enough that the layouts rhymed. Maybe those camera feeds were not from his apartment at all, but from a habitat module numbered 3B in some buried log decades ahead, where someone with his fractured sleep and fixation on surface anomalies paced a slightly narrower room under a sky the color he had only ever seen on a screen. The least comforting thought of all slid between those, that the distinction between here and there, now and then, might not be as solid as the lines on his floor plan suggested, that his bedroom was not just similar to a Martian quarters, but entangled with it, that when something dragged under his floor at 3 a.m., when a voice whispered his name over dawn birdsong, it was not coming from above or below, but from a room that was, in some twisted mirrored way, the same room. For a while, Evan did everything he could not to open the last text file. He read Soul SOARS02 and Soul SO103 first, their clipped paragraphs tracing a progression he recognized too well. Each entry recorded details he had not given anyone, how many hours he had been awake, how often he replayed a certain segment of the soldier's audio, how long he stared at specific images before switching to another. The language remained clinically detached, as though whoever wrote them found his growing fixation less alarming than mildly interesting. Seozo4 noted, initial auditory cross-contamination between local environmental noise and archived testimony. Seozo UO5 mentioned non-externalized responses to coincidental plumbing events and increased time spent cross-referencing structural layouts. Seoel Yo6 simply logged first recorded self-initiated environmental audio capture. Underfloor anomalies confirmed. Each observation clipped his nights into data points, stripping away the messy fear and leaving only numbers and phrases behind. By the time he reached the bottom of the list, there was only one file left. Sol Duo 7 T text. Its icon looked the same as the others, but the name carried an extra tag his eyes snagged on. Final. The word sat there, polite and indisputable, like a period at the end of a sentence. He clicked. The document opened into the same bare window as the others, but the header line was different. Sol 07. Quarters observation. Log status. Final subject. EVN, he kept reading. Trigger stimuli. Visual exposure to curated imagery of surface anomalies. Catalog. Bones. Mrs. 1-4. Face archive. A. Hallway sim. Core. 3B. Auditory exposure to testimony file. ID. Off-world brief cut to.uav. Environmental reinforcements. Localized nocturnal plumbing activity, structural resonance events, timed light fluctuations. Observe progression. Phase 1. Cognitive dissonance, low-level skepticism maintained. Phase 2. Insomnia escalation, emergent pattern-matching behavior, visual and structural. Phase 3. Auditory integration events, self-initiated monitoring, partial synchronization with archived voice print. Phase 4. Shared dream architecture, corridor replication, door name recognition. Phase 5. Self-awareness of observation framework, partial acceptance. His eyes scanned faster now, not because he wanted to hurry, but because some part of him feared that reading too slowly would give the text more time to solidify. Outcome. Subject. EVN reach threshold. Exposure complete. Primary objectives met. Confirmation of persistent human tendency to imprint meaning onto non-anthropogenic surface forms. Successful induction of cross-context room recognition between local quarters and archived corridor. Integration of subject's perceptual framework into existing archive. Below that, the tone shifted from bullet points to a single block of text. The sentences still clinical, but heavier now, like someone writing them understood the weight without caring. Subject to be integrated into Archive 3. Room designation retained in local copy. Redundant patterns ensure persistence. He read that last line again. Redundant patterns ensure persistence. The phrase sounded like something a systems engineer might say about backup drives, or servers mirrored in different locations in case of failure. Here, applied to a person and a room, it felt like a verdict. His insomnia, his obsession, his apartment's echo of a Martian bunk. These were not unfortunate coincidences or personal weaknesses. They were redundancy. Extra copies of something that had existed before him, that would exist after him, that needed people like him to keep it alive. The sensation came slowly at first, then all at once. The floor seemed to shift. It was not a real drop, nothing so dramatic as the building lurching. It was more like the world underneath him, loosened just enough for his body to notice. His stomach lurched the way it did in turbulence when the plane hit a pocket of empty air. For a heartbeat, he felt weightless. His chair and legs and the thin carpet under his feet not quite in agreement about where gravity was. The overhead light dimmed. The bulb's filament glowed a sickly, reduced orange, shadows swelling in the corners of the room. Then, with a soft, electrical sigh, it brightened again, too quickly, like someone had slid a dimmer all the way down and then snapped it back up to hide the fact that they had been there at all. His laptop screen flickered. The white of the text blinked to black and then back. The whole display shivering once like a startled animal. For the briefest fraction of a second, in the top edge of his vision, a tiny green LED winked to life, the webcam indicator. He had not used the webcam in months. He had never turned it on during any of this. The seeing eye dot glowed green anyway, a small, bright confirmation that something on the machine believed it should be looking at him. "No," he said aloud, the words sounding thin in the room. He dove for the settings, fingers clumsy on the trackpad, and disabled the camera in the software. The green light stayed on for a beat longer than it should have, then went dark. Not convinced, he reached over to where the little lens sat embedded at the top of his screen and physically slid the tiny plastic cover he kept there across it. The motion felt pathetically symbolic. A curtain pulled over a window in a house whose walls were already transparent. The LED flickered once more after that. A weak, defiant pulse, then died. He swallowed, tasted metal. When he turned his attention back to the even quarters log folder, the file list had changed. A new text document had appeared below Sol 07. Its name popped out fresh and unread. Sol 0 date text. The modified time stamped beside it matched the clock in the corner of his screen. Not 3 in the morning, not some future date. Now. Right now. His skin crawled. He opened it anyway. The text inside was brief, the shortest of all the logs so far. There were no headers, no tidy lines separating sections, just 3 sentences, each on its own line. Subject realizes observation. Transition imminent. Final night underway. The words sat on the screen like cold coins. No qualifiers, no percentages, no recommendations. Just a statement of fact, tense upright and unforgiving. Realizes. Imminent. Underway. He felt an odd calm swell up under his ribs, the kind that sometimes comes when fear exhausts itself and leaves a hollow for something else. There was no arguing with the voice that had been writing these. It had more data on him than he had on himself. It had been watching him sleep, and not sleep, for longer than he knew. His eyes slid down to the bottom of the document. There, separated from the clinical lines by a single blank space, was one last sentence. The tone was different at once. The words were still plain, still careful, but there was a warmth in the phrasing that had been absent from every other entry. Do not be afraid. You are not the first to dream your way back here. The statement settled over him like an extra layer of air, neither fully sinister nor comforting. The implication hung in the silence. There had been others, other people in other small rooms, staring at red dust and grainy images, hearing knocks under their beds at impossible hours. Other subjects whose names had been reduced to fragments and hyphens, whose logs had probably ended with the same final tag. Outside, somewhere beyond the glass, a siren wailed briefly, then cut off. The building's plumbing gave a small, resigned groan in the walls. In his room, the light held steady, the laptop's fan spun quietly, and the cursor blinked at the end of that last sentence, patient and expectant, as if waiting to see what he would do with a night that had already been given a name. By the time the sky outside his window began to turn the particular flat blue that meant the day was done, Evan realized he had reached the edge of what he could stand, not the edge of what the files wanted to show him. Those seemed perfectly willing to keep coming, but the edge of what his mind could carry without cracking somewhere inconvenient. For the first time in days, he did something simple. He shut the laptop down. Not sleep, not a lid closed with a promise to just come back later. He went to the menu, hovered for a heartbeat over the options, and clicked the word that felt the most like an ending. Shut down. The screen dimmed, flickered, went black. The faint whir of the fan slowed, then stilled. In the sudden absence of its glow, the room reasserted itself as a physical place instead of a backdrop for light. He reached behind the desk and unplugged the power cord from the wall, the plastic warm against his fingers. The black coil of it fell slack, useless. Then he moved to the corner where the router squatted, its small lights blinking their hopeful, meaningless signals. He pulled its plug too. The tiny LEDs died one by one, severing whatever invisible threads had been running through the apartment all week. His phone lay face down on the nightstand. He picked it up, thumb brushing the tired, familiar cracks in the case, and swiped into the settings. Airplane mode clicked on with a soft icon. For once, the little plane symbol did not feel like travel, but like a door bolted from the inside. When he was done, the only light came from the lamp beside his bed. It threw a warm puddle of yellow across the sheets, gentle and finite. The rest of the room sank into soft shadow. The corners were still there, but less insistent. The overhead fixture stayed off. The window was a dark rectangle, faintly reflective. Out there, the rain had finally spent itself. The streets, wet and glistening, reflected whatever urban brightness they could steal from signs and windows. Whether any stars were actually visible beyond the city's haze, he could not tell. It was enough to know the sky was clear, that somewhere above the smear of light pollution, there was real darkness, and beyond that, more worlds. He sat on the edge of the bed and let his hands rest on the blanket. The fabric was worn in spots, soft from too many washes. His fingertips traced the weave automatically, following the tiny ridges. He pressed his palms down, feeling the give of the mattress beneath, the familiar sag where his body had made its claim over the years. When he reached back, he touched the pillow, cooler now, the center line flattened in that same curve his skull always carved. The ticking of the cheap bedside clock filled the silence like a metronome nobody had turned off. It was not soothing exactly, but it was honest. Tick, tick, tick. Each small mechanical impact a promise that time, at least, still behaved in mostly linear ways around him. His breathing, which had spent so many nights rattling fast and shallow, began to sink into his chest. He drew air in slowly through his nose, let it bloom behind his ribs, and released it in long streams. In the quiet, those breaths sounded louder than the building's noises. The slight click his throat made at the top of an inhale, the soft sigh on the way out. It had been a long time since he had listened to his body with anything other than suspicion. The building creaked around him with its usual old house symphony. A beam somewhere in the wall expanding as the temperature dropped, a pipe settling more comfortably in its bracket, some other apartment's floorboard complaining faintly as someone moved. None of it carried the sharp intent of steps or knocks. It was just weight and age and gravity, the ordinary chorus of a place that had existed before him and would outlast him. He sat there for a while, not touching the dark, inert laptop, not glancing toward the silent router, just letting each sound pass through him and out. When he finally spoke, his own voice startled him. It came out rougher than he expected, the edges scraped by too many nights of whispers and too few sentences. He did not raise it much above a conversational level. There was nobody visibly in the room to address, but he aimed it at the space anyway. The walls, the ceiling, the hollow just behind his headboard, where the soldier's voice had once slipped through. "I am scared," he said. The words hung in the air like exhaled steam. Simple, childish, embarrassingly small compared to the grand shapes his mind had built out of dust and static. But they were true. He let the admission sit for a few ticks, then continued, picking his way carefully as if he were explaining something to a very patient stranger. "I have been scared for a long time," he said. "Before all of this, before Mars, before skull rocks and files that know my name." His fingers tightened in the blanket unconsciously. He watched the fabric bunch under his knuckles. "I have been lonely," he said, and that word felt heavier than the others. "For longer than I want to admit." The room did not change, but something in his chest did. The tension that had been coiled between his shoulder blades loosened a fraction. Outside, a car rolled past, bass low and distant. tires hissing on damp asphalt. Somewhere a dog gave a single half-hearted bark, then thought better of it. "I think," he went on, talking now as much to himself as to anything listening, "I wanted the bones to be real, on Mars, on some other world. Because if there are bones out there, and faces in rocks, and rooms that look like mine under another sky, then my life isn't just this." He gestured vaguely at the walls, at the cheap bedside table, at the clock that kept insisting it knew what time it was. If someone was out there, walking around in a suit, looking at skulls in red sand and not sleeping, then it is not just me lying awake in a small room, trying to pretend the fridge is not haunted. He smiled at his own phrasing. It came out crooked, but it was there. "I think I wanted to believe in bones on another world so that my own bones would feel less trapped in this one," he said, more quietly. "Like maybe I am part of some bigger pattern, even if the pattern is terrible, even if it ends under the floor." The lamp hummed faintly, a soft electrical mosquito barely audible under the clock. His breathing had settled into an easy rhythm now. In, out, not matching any hidden voice or distant hum, just his own cadence. He sat there until his shoulders dropped, until the urge to reach for the laptop dulled. The frantic edge that had driven him to chase every image, decode every spectrogram, replay every whisper until it whispered back, began to dissolve. What was left in its place was not relief exactly, but something more melancholic and oddly intimate, an awareness of his own smallness. He was one person in one rented room in one anonymous building. Outside, countless other people sat in their own boxes, some staring at their own screens, some counting down the ticks of their own clocks, some desperately wanting to believe that there were mysteries big enough to make their daily aches feel like a footnote. He did not know if something was still watching him. The logs suggested yes. The voices suggested yes. The knocks, the drags, the future timestamps, all of it pointed towards some kind of gaze that did not care whether he believed in it. But as he sat in the lamplight, hands pressed flat against the familiar weight of his blanket, he realized that for the first time in days, he was not watching back. Not searching every corner for an outline, not checking the clock for 3 a.m., not waiting for the next file to appear. For this moment, the room was just a room. His fear was just fear. And the night outside, clear after rain, was simply a large, dark thing surrounding thousands of small, lit boxes. The horror had not vanished. It had simply lain down beside the loneliness that had been there all along, the two of them finally acknowledging each other. He lay down slowly, as if afraid to startle the sheets. The mattress accepted his weight with a soft sigh. The blanket slid up over his chest in a familiar, practiced motion. The lamp still burned beside him. Its light turned low now, a warm puddle spilling across his shoulder and the edge of the pillow. Beyond that circle, the room fell into gradients of shadow. Edges softened, corners blurred. He closed his eyes, not in surrender, but in a kind of experiment. For once, he was not waiting for the dark behind his eyelids to fill itself with static and corridors and red dust. He would decide, he told himself. If the night insisted on giving him pictures, he would at least choose the first frame. In the quiet, the sound of his own body rose up to meet him. The soft rush of blood through vessels near his ears, a faint ocean, the slow expansion of his lungs, ribs lifting the blanket by the smallest amount, the little click at the back of his throat when he swallowed. The clock on the nightstand kept up its steady ticking. Outside, the city hummed at a low, reduced volume, like machinery in standby mode on a far-off base. He let his thoughts turn, gently now, toward Mars. Not toward the sharp, haunted images he had chased for days. The skull rock, the hallway, the door with his name, but toward something slower and broader. He imagined, deliberately this time, what a graveyard on that world might truly look like if such a thing existed. Not the neat rows of headstones humans built for themselves on Earth, carved and aligned, but something dictated by storms and time rather than ritual. In his mind's eye, the landscape unrolled. Crater rims under a thin, brittle sky, their edges softened and blurred by ages of wind. Here and there, half-buried shapes protruded from the dust. Not rows, just suggestions. An arc of something pale emerging from a dune. A curved length poking out of a slope like a rib from the flank of a long-dead animal. Some lay alone, one to a cliff or a hollow. Others clustered in rough groups, not because anyone had put them there, but because the wind had carried them together and dropped them where it grew tired. The bones he pictured were not quite human, not quite alien. Gravity and history had shaped them differently here. On Earth, skeletons organized themselves around standing upright, around walking under a thick, heavy sky. On Mars, he imagined bones that made sense for moving under lesser weight, for bracing against dust storms that scoured the ground rather than rain that soaked it. Long, strange femurs adapted to low gravity, joints mapping out motions no one on his planet had ever performed. Some of those bones, he allowed himself to think, might not be bones at all in the biological sense. Some might be the remains of data storage, hardened casings that had once held memories and signals, stacked in patterns that only looked like rib cages to eyes desperate for familiar shapes. Some might have been structural. The curved struts of shelters and towers collapsed and buried, their skeletons outliving their walls. Others, perhaps, were ceremonial. Frames built for no purpose other than to mark that someone had once decided this place mattered more than the ground 5 steps away. The thought eased something in him. It took the sharp edge off the idea of a Martian graveyard and turned it sideways. What if, he mused, the bones in the images were not the remains of bodies at all, but the remains of attempts, the leftover pieces of old missions, old shelters, unfunded dreams, and abandoned projects. The human habit of leaving traces of ourselves wherever we go, not always in the form of flesh and bone, but in the shape of structures and tools. He imagined a small, forgotten shelter, half collapsed at the foot of a crater. Its walls had once held the warmth of human breath and the smell of instant coffee. Now they lay scattered, half buried in red dust, their outlines only visible from the right angle at the right time of day. A camera on a rover might catch the corner of it in the distance, a low boxy shape that looked like a trick of light. Somewhere in that shelter's broken interior, he pictured a bunk, a bed pressed against a wall, a small window, a console. The same pattern, repeated again and again, whether on Earth or under another sky. The city's low hum outside the apartment windows shifted and rolled, trucks downshifting on a far street, a lone car idling at a light. To his drowsy mind, it sounded less like traffic and more like the background noise of a base at night. Generators running, air recyclers whirring, distant footsteps in steel corridors. The world beyond his building blurred into an impression of distant machinery in some far-off habitat. Every so often, an old habit of listening kicked in, and his mind jerked, waiting for knocks or scrapes. Once, from the direction of the pipes, there came a soft, ambiguous sound, a faint tick that might have been metal cooling, might have been something else. Instead of gripping him, it slid by. He registered it, filed it, and let it fade. Another time, the bed frame gave a small creak as the mattress settled under his shifting weight, an echo of deeper tremors from other nights. That, too, dissolved quickly, swallowed by the steady rhythm of his breath. The narration in his head, the one he had been feeding with videos and logs, slowed. It stepped back a little, trading tight focus for a wider view. Maybe, it suggested softly, all those images of rocks and skulls and corridors were just artifacts of human fear. Pixels arranged by chance, lighting angles turned ominous by a brain wired to see predators and faces in every shadow. A corridor in a simulation, a glitch in an audio file, an overactive imagination trained by horror stories and late-night documentaries. Or maybe, just as softly, they were breadcrumbs. Not proof in the satisfying, conclusive sense, but hints. Fragments from places where their kind had already been and forgotten, where rooms had been built and occupied and abandoned, leaving behind only shapes that rhymed with the boxes people slept in now. The narrator, whether it was his own voice or something that had been riding along with him for days, turned its attention away from Mars and back toward a more immediate scene. The person lying in this particular bed, in this small room, listening to his own blood and the city's distant hum. Either way, it said, the important thing, here and now, is simpler. You, whoever you are, wherever you are listening from, are lying in a room that holds you. 4 walls, a ceiling, a floor, maybe a window, maybe a lamp throwing a small island of light, a bed that remembers your shape a little, sheets that carry the warmth of your body, a clock that insists on ticking even when your thoughts refuse to move in straight lines. Outside that room, there is a planet that still offers morning, a world that will, if nothing very strange happens, turn itself toward the sun again, flooding these rooms with light that washes dust off windows and makes old fears look smaller. Somewhere above all of this, Mars continues its long, cold orbit, carrying whatever secrets it has at the same patient pace it always has. Maybe there are bones there. Maybe there are only rocks. Maybe there are corridors carved into stone under forgotten outposts, and maybe there never were. It doesn't change the fact that tonight, this body, in this room, on this spinning, noisy, imperfect planet, is allowed to rest. The soft rush of his blood in his ears grew fainter as sleep finally moved in, not like a jump scare, but like a slow, inevitable tide. The hum of the city blurred into a single, distant line. Any ghosts of knocks or scrapes that dared to appear at the edge of hearing arrived thinner now and drifted away faster, as if the night itself had decided to be gentle just for a while. On the last edge of waking, just as the room around him had thinned into suggestion and his thoughts had loosened their grip, Evan heard a sound that did not belong to dream or today. It was tiny, a high, clean tink, like a single grain of sand flicking against glass. His mind almost let it go. It could have been the radiator or some faint tick in the walls. But then came another, a half-second later. Tink, a twin to the first, matching its pitch, as if the same minuscule thing had tried again. He lay still, eyes closed, body already heavier with sleep. The lamp's glow warmed one side of his face. The rest of the room was a slow, dark blur behind his eyelids. The clock ticked on. The city's distant hum rolled softly outside. Between those sounds, in a thin slot of silence, a third noise arrived. Not just a single tap this time, but a faint cascade, a whisper of many small impacts close together, like a narrow stream of fine sand starting to pour. The trickle seemed to come from somewhere below the floor, the way you sometimes sense distant water in old pipes. Not loud, not sharp, but insistent. A steady, tiny fall of something against something. His mind, already halfway into whatever lay beyond, did what it had learned to do. It made a picture. Not of his room from the usual angle, but of his room as if sliced open in a diagram. A cross-section. At the top of that slice, his apartment. A small rectangular room floating in blank space. The bed along the left wall, the lamp glowing beside it, the dark shape of the laptop sleeping on the nightstand. His own body, a simple curve under the blanket, breath rising and falling in a slow, looping line. Beneath that, a thick band of concrete, cross-hatched and solid, the building's foundation rendered as a block of gray. Rebar lines ran through it like ribs, stiff and unbending. It looked dull and reassuring, the way man-made stability always did in drawings. And beneath that, in defiance of everything he knew about geology and city planning, another layer appeared. Red rock. Not the kind that existed in this part of the world. Not the sediment and clay he'd grown up with, but a strata that looked like the walls of his dream corridor. Packed dust and stone in thin horizontal lines, rust dark and ochre, scarred by the passage of something that had moved there long before his building had been poured. Through this layer ran tunnels, narrow and organic, stretching out like veins beneath a skin he had thought was solid. One of those tunnels lay directly under his room. It followed the same footprint as his bedroom above, as if some architect had pressed a rubber stamp from below and another from above until the shapes matched. In the wall of that tunnel, he saw a recess, a niche carved into the stone, not large, but deep enough to hold something. Its edges were precise, its interior shadowed. It resembled the niches from his dream, the ones that had cradled bundles and fragments. But here, in this cross-section, only one mattered. In that small recess, something rested, curled, dusty, almost fossilized, as if it had been there long enough for time to start turning it into part of the wall. Its outline was hard to resolve, even in his own mind. Where bones should have been, there were shapes too straight, too regular. Where machinery should have been, curves and hollows broke the logic. It was a tangle made of both, pieces that might be vertebrae and might be jointed metal, a lattice of supports that could have been ribs or brackets. Red dust coated it in a thin skin. In places, the dust was thicker, obscuring lines. In others, it had been disturbed, revealing the dark, harder material underneath. It looked less like a dead thing and more like a device that had been sleeping so long, people had forgotten it had ever moved. Sound in that tunnel did not travel the way it did in his room. Down there, the world was muted, but not silent. A low, patient hum filled the space, emanating from the recess and the walls at once. It was the kind of sound servers made in chilled rooms, the constant breath of machines left on for years. It was the kind of sound bodies made too, when hearts pumped and blood moved and lungs did their work unnoticed. Threaded through that hum, if you listened long enough, there was another rhythm, a faint echo of breathing, not immediate, not synced, but delayed. Each inhale arriving down there a few seconds after he took it up here, like a recording that played back the same sound on a short lag. as if the recess did not simply sit beneath his room, but listened to it. The imagined cross-section held steady in his drifting mind. Top room, foundation, red layer, tunnel, niche. He could feel his own chest rising and falling in his bed, and could almost feel, by proxy, the subtle stirrings of air in that underground passage as the low hum shifted, accepting each borrowed breath as data. The narrator in him, the part that had been constructing stories of Mars and bones and corridors all week, stepped gently into that in-between space. It spoke now not just to him, but to anyone lying in their own rooms and letting the story carry them. Perhaps, it suggested, there really are structures, rooms, and corridors that repeat across worlds. Not because anyone designed them to be the same, but because there are only so many ways to arrange a bed, a window, a door, and a person who cannot sleep. Perhaps every time someone lies awake in a rectangular bedroom on Earth, counting the lines in their ceiling, listening to pipes and fridges and distant traffic, their outline is being traced somewhere else, matched to an echo carved in rock on a distant planet, or implanted in a simulation, or etched into the memory of some archive that cares less about names and more about shapes. A row of human nights stacked like niches in a wall, the tiny trickle of red dust falling in the tunnel beneath his imagined cross-section slowed. In the recess, the dusty tangle shifted. It was a small movement, almost imperceptible, a slight uncurling, the way a hand might adjust its grip in sleep. Dust lifted in a faint cloud, then settled again. The hum deepened for a heartbeat, as if the thing in the niche had taken in a breath a fraction longer than usual, before returning to its previous, steady note. Nothing lunged. Nothing reached up. Whatever lay there was not menacing, not hungry. It felt aware in the way an old server did, or an archive, or a fossilized creature that still remembered what it had once been built to do. Watch, record, remember. As if something vast and patient, buried far below concrete and brick and ordinary flooring, had finally finished taking notes on one small human night. Up here, in his own bed, Evan's brow relaxed. His grip on the blanket loosened. His breathing, already slow, became slower still. The room held him. Bed frame, solid beneath the mattress. Wooden slats unmoving. Walls close and unchanged. The lamplight warmed the side of his face. The rest of him sank into cool cotton and the comfortable weight of his own body. For the listener, who might be lying in a different room, in a different city entirely, the reflection settled like dust on their own pillow. Tonight, your bed is solid. Your walls are close. The ceiling above you is just paint and plaster, and whatever lies between floors, pipes, wires, the occasional creak of building bones. Outside, wherever you are, there is a planet that will tilt toward morning. Light will find its way through curtains and blinds. Coffee will brew. Birds will gossip. The ordinary noise of an ordinary day will return. If Mars is full of bones that once looked up and wondered whether anyone was watching, what exactly do you think your ceiling looks like from the other side? The question did not come with an answer, and it did not need one. It was meant to hover, cool against the back of the mind, more intriguing than terrifying. You are here in your own room, with your own weight pressing gently into the mattress. Your blankets are real and heavy in a way that nothing in an image ever is. Your breath moves in and out, slow and steady. The clock ticks. The faint hum of an ordinary Earth night wraps itself around everything. Refrigerators, distant cars, the soft whir of electronics that have forgotten to be menacing. Let the unease drift farther out, like a planet in a higher orbit. Keep the thought if you like, the idea that somewhere, in rock or memory or circuits, your shape is being remembered. But let it be small and far away. Here, in this rectangle of light and dark, you are allowed to let your bones rest. In, out. The hum stays low. The walls stay still. The night, having watched enough, eases its gaze and lets you sleep.